Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
From the World Cup here in beautiful Goa. We're coming to you live from the Resort Rio. My name is Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. I'll be joined in studio by Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko. The first round is about to start. Our team will also include Katie Tsatsalashvili, who will bring us interviews, players showing the games here, and Charlize Van Zyl, the FIDE presenter, roaming all over the place to the playing hall, showing us what's going on here. So Miro, 206 players, 80 games today. What can you tell us about this event?
Oh, well, 80 games was a bit of a surprise. I'm absolutely shocked. I do not know the current system of the World Cup. I'm overwhelmed. Anyway, thanks for the intro. And today, well, because of the format, we do not see the top favorites, of course. Right. They're starting from round 2. However, if you check, like, you do see quite a lot of familiar names, like Michael Adams is playing today, for instance, like the older generation, the younger Turkish kids, as we call them, Erdogmus and
Ediz Gurel.
Yeah. So a lot of games, and usually it's hard. Like we both, I believe, have experience commentating on the World Cup. It's hard the first day because too many games to cover, but also we never run out of subjects to talk, which is arguably a good thing.
Hopefully, yeah. We will now focus on the top 12 boards because we have live cameras there. And let's not forget, at the end, it's not only the win in the prestigious World Cup that's at stake, but there's also 3 spots for the Candidates Tournament that will determine the challenger of the world champion, Gukesh. So, I'm very much looking forward to this event. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We're gonna be here for a long, long time. But for now, let us switch to a video of the opening ceremony that took place yesterday. See how this event was celebrated here.
Here we are at the FIDE World Cup, a huge event, the best players, and a grand celebration. This is the opening ceremony.
Welcome to Goa, welcome to World Cup, welcome to the celebration of the mind and spirit.
To thank His Excellency Prime Minister Modi for his enormous support of chess and declaring the World Cup here in India at Goa open.
And we're back in the studio. What a beautiful opening ceremony. And I gotta say, I was at the Chess Olympiad here already in 2022, and the amount of effort they put into the organization and just the general affection for chess in India is just stunning. Were you there?
Not at the Olympiad, but I've played a couple of events in India before. And yeah, it's amazing how it changed through the years. So like 2009 was the first time I visited India, playing some Open in Mumbai, and yeah, it was of course like the chess crowd and everything, but not to the degree that we have now. Like everybody is following chess.
Yeah, it's absolutely impressive. Also the crowds that I cheer. My chair will keep going down all through the podcast. There's nothing to do about that. Also, the amount of people that come to visit at the Olympiad, and here I see we will also be expecting many spectators. We'll switch into the playing hall in a minute, but let's see first if we have a graphic of the prize fund, of the structure of the event. I'll try to get back up.
So 206 players compete, but not for long. So, well, first round is kind of a qualification, and then, you know, the tournament field shrinks in half
The big
after
guns
each
are
round.
just arriving slowly. They will jump into action in the second round, the top 50, including world champion Gukesh. But a lot of top players have to make it there, make it through the first round. It starts in a minute.
Yeah, so 2 classical games, all your usual World Cup thing. And for those of you who may be watching the first World Cup, so it's 2 classical games, 1 game a day. And then on day 3, if it's a tie, it's a big, big match. The structure will be discussed later on, but basically a big rapid chess, blitz chess, whatever chess match, which determines the winner.
Yeah, classical game today, classical game tomorrow. Then if it's 1-1, more chess to be played. Now we will go, I believe, right into the playing hall where Charlize Van Zyl will show us what is happening there. Any players arrived already?
Yeah, there better be. It's not so much time left.
We are live in the playing hall, which is filling up quickly as players are entering to start their first round. And you know, what's interesting is that some of these players arrived Monday already, whereas some of them arrived yesterday. So if we're talking about nerves, I think we should also count about the fatigue that some players are having, but also the excitement. Generally, as you can see, it's getting quieter. Everyone's taking their seats. The first round of the FIDE World Cup is about to begin. Back to the studio.
There we've seen a bunch of the players already sitting down. They have strict rules here. You got to make it till 3 p.m. when the game starts, or it's a $500 penalty. If you're not there at 3:15, you lose the game. So the players have been careful. The walk is not very long, but to get to the playing hall in time. What we got? Do we have a graphic with the schedule? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, also the prize fund is very important,
Oof.
right? Because
What are they playing for? It's like $2 million?
$2 million, which sounds, yeah.
Sounds pretty good, but if, like me, you get kicked out in the first round, you don't exactly get $2 million. There we see it.
Yeah. Yeah, so 3,500 for the kind of preliminary first round,
Right.
and then 7,000 anybody who is eliminated in round 2, and so on and so forth. The fourth place is 50, and I imagine first 3 are more than 50, and in reality much more than 50 because you make it to the candidates.
Yeah, there's, as we say, implied odds, because you can make some money in the candidates, and then if you make it to the World Championship match, of course. But we have to say, well, these numbers sound great. The players will be very, very eager to make it through round 1 and 2, because very often, depending on your situation, you also have to cover flights, the hotel. So it costs some money to come to India and stay here. Therefore, to make real money, they will try to survive as long as they can.
Right, and well, and finally, so the winner takes $120,000, and yeah, one of the lucky tickets to the candidates tournament. And because we have like spots 1, 2, and 3 highlighted. I believe there will be. It's always a question for me personally. There will be
a match
for the third place? Yeah.
Because in the end, yeah, this is qualification for the candidates tournament. That's what the pros care about. And we are going to the playing hall where FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich is making the first move there for Jeffery Xiong. I can't tell, is it E4, D4?
It is E4.
Will he take it back? He's taking it back.
E4,
he doesn't like it.
It back.
Wow, that's just rude.
Right. I always thought, like, when a celebrity comes to make a move on your board, the right answer, which move you want, is like whatever you play, I'll accept, and and then you might end up playing, first knight h3, but at least you've made a point.
No, I always tell the players to lie, because then you can take it back and make your own move, and you don't want to give your opponent any information, 2 minutes before the move is actually
Absolutely.
played. There we see another move being made. 1 e4 yet again. So let me check the clock. It is 3 p.m. The games should start any minute. Today is a very strange round because we have great rating differences in pretty much every game. The biggest on the highest rated boards, where we have players with 2,650 facing players around 2,000. And then the closer you get to the middle, it gets a little closer. Still, there's going to be a big favorite, but they will be facing stronger players. So I guess for upsets, we will have to look into the middle of the field. Is that Erdogmus?
Yeah, that's him.
Looks focused. How old is he? He's 14 or something crazy? The strongest 14-year-old in chess history.
Absolutely, and he's rated, what, 2651? And oftentimes you can tell these players are underrated, if anything.
It's normally a good bet. If you're a 14-year-old and 2650, then when you're 18, you won't be 2650. So this might be, who knows, but a candidate for the very highest spots in chess in the future. Shall we jump into the actions? Let's have a look at the pairings of the day.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention some names, like I've already said Michael Adams is playing, like Vasily Ivanchuk is playing today. Like
Legends.
He's lost, like recently lost a lot of rating, of course, and like he has to start it from the preliminary round. But Ivanchuk was a menace of these tournaments in like end of 90s, early 2000s. He would be
played the final against Ponomarev, and he's still very much kicking. There we see some names. I'll give you some ratings for context. We have Erdogmus against Abugenda Nagi, and that is Erdogmus 2651. His opponent is 1972, a candidate master. So there is, I can't do math, a
the difference,
70 points, 680 points rating difference,
right?
Which is a lot similar on the second board. Jeffery Xiong, who's also a former 2700 player, is facing Yiheng, who's 1994.
Right, and to give you the perspective on the bottom boards today, on board 80 precisely, you have Lorenzo Lodici with black from Italy, 2572, against international master from Azerbaijan, Riyad Samadov, who is 2513.
Yeah, there.
So
that's very much an
even match.
Evenly matched grandmaster game. So how many upsets do you think we can expect? That we see more pairings. Dimitri Kollers, one of the German players, on top of that list, as is Donchenko. Samshidin Vokhidov, former Olympic winner with Uzbekistan. Frederick Xuan, another German, playing Orlando Haspens. And the Turkish star Ediz Gurel, who we talked about briefly, is playing Igor Yefimov. Now, you told me that's the biggest age difference we have. What's the age difference, like 50 years there?
Yeah, I guess. Yefimov is confirmed the oldest participant in the World Cup. He's 65. Ediz Gurel must be 16 by now.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, that is a huge age gap.
And the young guy is the favorite. They're both grandmasters, but Gurel is rated 26 plus, and Yefimov, it's been around for a long time, must be 23 something.
Yeah, okay, let me pull this game up on my my screen. So Yefimov was rated 23.31 and Eddie's Gurel 26.48.
Oh, and there we see the first penalty. Is that a $500 fine for the opponent of who's that? Is that Bassem Amin?
Yeah, it is Bassem Amin, and
still waiting.
He's playing, let me see, Amin with Mandija Farai.
Now,
Mandija Farai representing,
Yep.
not sure.
the question here is if you're an underdog, because the rules are strict. If you don't appear at 3 p.m., it's $500. And if you don't appear at 3:15, you lose the game, but you don't have to pay the $500.
I mean, he might.
So you sort of
he
have a
might say,
choice.
well.
If you think, okay, I have no chance in this game, is it worth it to pay that fine and show up?
Yeah.
I'm sure he will, but it is a tough choice.
It is a question.
There we see Hikmati Rosyan looking sharp, very, very strong Armenian player. I've noticed, which is natural as ratings go up and down, but that we have a lot of former 2700s, absolute top players already here in the very first round. So maybe it's time to jump into the action. Shall we start at our top board with the highest rated player in action today also? Not sure if he's the youngest player in action today, but he is 14. So let's go see how Erdogmus is doing. I don't see that much action on that board yet. Looks like a French defense caught his opponent a bit off guard. E4, E6, and deep thought.
Well, he's
Erdogmus has seen enough. He's saying, you think about 2d4, I'll go for a walk.
He's definitely not the youngest player because Faustino Oro is playing today against Ante Brkic. I'm not sure. Both 60, that is, and they've advanced March 3rd. They've played 3 moves each.
Wow.
They've played 3 moves each.
But what is going on here? Erdogmus flexible in the opening. French is not his main line, also trying to surprise the opponent. But he looks absolutely shocked after E4, E6.
I wonder how you approach this type of matches as a kind of a big ELO favorite. Do you really want to, say, just secure the match, or do you want to win every game? I guess the second is more likely that you want to win every game. In which case, I'm thinking, like French, is it a good choice? Are you afraid of exchange French or of all the things, or not really?
No, first of all, I think you want to win 2-0. If the rating difference is that big, like 650 points, whatever, it just costs you too much rating to even drop a draw. So if it's that big, the goal will be to win both games. If the rating difference goes down to 200, 300 points, priority will be
then you win the
to win the match.
You're happy.
But here he will try to win both. And I've seen this often. It's counterintuitive a bit. People choosing French in sort of a must-win. Usually the argument against it is that white could take on d5 and it's got to be a symmetrical position. But there's so much play that there's enough room for the stronger player. This is very famous
Which he
game.
does, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, but he does. He took on d5.
Oh, no, that's... Oh, yeah. Wow, he did do it. Trying to say, okay, I'm good with a draw. But there's so much play left here, I do not think this strategy helps, because also you give the opponent no particular problems. You give him a sound position, he can develop the pieces, and then normally the class takes over. There's this famous game, what is it? I think Short Gurevich.
Short Gurevich, yeah.
Short needed a draw with white and played the exchange French. And
Michael somehow slowly grinded.
Greatly, yeah. In general, it's very tough in chess, unless it's a forced line leading to some repetition if you're the lower-rated player, just to make a draw by, being solid.
But it's so tricky, I find it, that like when you think chess is a draw and like you're giving up on getting an advantage with white, until the moment where you actually need a draw. And then you realize there is no reliable way of making a draw, even with white, if you really badly need one.
Yeah. Normally your best bet is play for an advantage, and then if there's an emergency exit where you can take whatever, a move repetition or make sure nothing happens, you can think about it. But it's got to be very hard to, just get the pieces out and exchange everything here. Or now Gurel has a choice how to spice it up. He could play pawn to c5, for example, here, changing the structure, which is supposed to be a decent move after bishop d3. Black would give himself an isolated pawn, but get very free piece play. There are also other plans like knight to c6, then bishop out, knight out.
G2,
E7, go for long castles in the future.
And that's what he does, knight to c6. And yeah, we'll see how it goes, but perhaps like with 80 games being played simultaneously, we should not really stick to this
I
one.
want to talk about the French exchange all day long. This is the only game we're watching. Well, I will also be adjusting my seat every 2 minutes.
Let me try something. Can we kind of do it this way?
It's not that comfortable, is it? They gave us these seats, which are supposed to be nice professional commentator seats, but I'm too heavy for mine, so I will just slowly descend into madness and into the ground. Speaking of slow descent, let's go to board number 2, because they made like, what, 13 moves, and this looks weird already.
Whoa.
This is some Sicilian, but with the rook on an unusual square.
Does the rook do on b7? That is...
I guess it went to a7 and then to b7.
It did. So there was a knight of variation with h2, h3, right? e5, knight d2, e2, h5, which I always
h5
thought...
nowadays we don't even comment on anymore, right? It's a weird-looking move, but somehow stopping g4 is a bigger priority.
It's a very clever move in this particular position. Yeah, and then white goes g3.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Bishop out, pawn forward.
b5, and I think there were games with a4, b4 included, and then knight to d5, or there was an immediate knight d5.
Yeah, that's what he does. This still looks vaguely familiar. So the rook was under attack. And Yiheng, who I'm not familiar with, he doesn't look very old. He's blitzing out this theoretical line here with rook a7, rook b7, hailing from Hong Kong. My hunch is this is not the easiest pairing you could have gotten, as if you're Jeffery Xiong and you're 650. You see, okay, my opponent is around 2000, I should manage, but then you see it's a kid who will blitz out knight of theory.
And yeah, somewhat mysterious and so on. Yeah, and let me tell you, I have a bit of an access to the database. And you have a couple of Grandmaster games, but what's much more scary that you have quite a few correspondence games in this line. It usually means, A, this line is like objectively good, and B, like it's very hard to navigate even with the help of the computer. That's why correspondence guys usually play it.
Yeah, we see Jeffery Xiong. He plays pawn to b3 very quickly. But he looks in deep thought. It looks like he's trying to access his mind palace, what he's analyzed. About this line.
Still the most popular move, the b2, b3, and then black has what?
b2, b3, I don't understand anything.
Yeah, that's a big
you want
question.
to go pawn to a4, and then if they take, you want this pawn not to be attacked by the rook.
Yeah, maybe that's that could be one explanation. You hardly play c4 in such positions, right? So b3, okay, I mean, you kind of don't have to care about knight b6 anymore. Because, yeah, the knight's not going anywhere. And, yeah, I guess a4 eventually. Maybe not on the next move, but, yeah, somehow.
So does look like both sides know what they're doing here. Jeffery used to be a 2700 player, also worked as a coach, I believe, for Tan Chongji. I've seen him around at the last women's candidate. So he's doing all kinds of stuff, but, of course, big favorite here. We will slowly work our way down. Board number 3, Maxim Rodshtein. Fun story. Not that fun, actually, but the only World Cup match I ever won was against Maxim Rodshtein. So I don't understand why Oscar Shujuan Kin did not consult me before this match on all my priceless Maxim Rodshteins. There we see Rodshtein, very experienced grandmaster with the black pieces
So we can no longer be considered on the same page because you already mentioned you did win a World Cup match.
I'm not
Which
sure
already sounds quite an achievement because I've never done that. Like I did play. In fact, in the first edition of the World Cup, this format, which happened in 2005, and I won a game. And that was, I won a game, I lost the game, I lost the tiebreak, and you know the story.
I've done that too, but yeah, that maybe brings us, it's a good moment to mention the history
of the World Cups.
This event, because I've been around for a long time. They used to have these giant knockout things, but back then those were called FIDE World Championships.
True that.
I believe in 2005, you mentioned, was the first one. It switched to this World Cup format, which is still a very prestigious title in its own right, but sometimes it can also be used as a qualifier for, let's say, the candidates tournament. And we've had tournaments since 2005, roughly. It happens every 2 years. It's a big tournament, not just for the world's very best, trying to qualify for candidate spot for the win, of course, trying to make some money, but also for strong professionals that normally don't get a chance to play, like in close tournaments and super events. They use this not only as a chance to play with the best, but also, frankly, it's not a bad moneymaker. If you can make
absolutely.
It
you make like you go through a couple of rounds, and that's a chunk of your income as a professional chess player for a year. Yeah.
So people are always very motivated. There are different regional qualifiers. In Europe, we have the European Championship every year, and the top 20 till 22 qualify from this, same in other regional championships. You can also qualify by rating, and those are the big guns that we will see joining in round number 2. There are a bunch of exceptions, FIDE wildcards, and so on. But the normal pass is to get here through your regional championship. And there we see what the goal is for the top players in this event. It's to qualify for the Candidates Tournament 2026, the winner of which will qualify for the World Championship match. 3 spots there are already taken. Caruana, Giri and Bluebaum, who qualified from the Grand Swiss and the circuit. I haven't checked the latest, but 2 more spots are more or less taken as well, right? I think Pragnananda
is like, in the circuit, he's untouchable, unreachable, and I don't know how many events left in the circle, but nothing like weighted too heavy to overtake Pragnananda. By rating,
Nakamura, after his successful US-Canada tour, like crushing the Louisiana State Championship, I think will also be very hard to catch by rating. The only exception could be if Magnus Carlsen decided he will do his own Norwegian tour, play a few opens there and try to...
That'd be quite a twist. So Hikaru would feel safe, and it would turn out he was not looking in the right directions. He would be looking at somebody below him on the rating list and think, oh, okay, this guy definitely will not catch me. And then, surprise.
It's like Sharknado. The danger comes from above. But yeah, that's unlikely to happen. The thing we're talking about is this rating. You not only need the highest rating, which would be Hikaru, but you also need a certain activity. I don't recall off the top of my head. 40 rated games in that period, like that. Which Magnus doesn't have, but he could if he decided to. But after all this talk, so Nakamura and Pragnananda will be 2 more, so there's 5, and the remaining 3 will come from this very tournament, the top 3 finishers.
Yeah, so that is of utmost importance, of course, kind of your last chance to jump into the candidates tournament.
What do you think are the odds that anybody we see in action today will grab one of these spots?
Well, it's hard to tell, because after today, well, not today's, but after round 1, all of them who are like favorites and so on, they become underdogs. I'm sorry, right? So but I can see like the likes of Erdogmus or Jeffery. So 2 potentially dangerous players. The youngsters like Erdogmus or like somebody of that kind. Or I say Jeffery, for instance. I do not know what's the reason he's not rated 27+. right, he must have had some kind of...
Memory serves he eliminated Anish Giri in the quarterfinals of a World Cup,
So he can,
not that long ago.
Players who, say, been there for most of their career, like maybe had a rough half a year or so, they can bounce back and be on the very top.
I would still say, no disrespect to all the great players we see here today, must be below 1% that any of those make it to the top 3.
But then again, I was thinking of this, like, you know, somewhere in the mid-2000s where Roger Federer was a great, not the chess player that I'm mentioning, the tennis player, Roger Federer, right? And I've seen the odds for Wimbledon. So before it starts, he was like 1.35 to win the event against other 127 dudes who are entering the event, which is ridiculous if you think of it, because in tennis, like, yeah, you can get injured and so on and so on. So my argument is, like, in chess, you cannot possibly have anything remotely close to these odds. So the biggest favorite would still be like 1 to 3 to win the event or something.
Yeah, somewhere there. Generally, my rule of thumb is if Magnus plays, he's 50-50 to win the thing. But in the World Cup, this has not been true.
Even so, like Magnus, he won on his 4th attempt.
Yeah.
Okay, and the first attempt was in 2005 when he was, well, pardon me, but a kid. But since then, he has entered this event in 2017, for example, being the world champion, and 2021 being the world champion, and like outnumbering by ranking like hugely, and he failed to win.
Okay, so he's 1 out of 3. He could still reach my 50% if he played one more. But no, I agree with you, and especially with Magnus not in it, we have a lot of very, very top players joining the action for round number 2. But I can't even tell you who the favorite is. You can call out the obvious names at the top of the world rankings, but this is also very
world champion Gukesh, right?
Gukesh, who doesn't need to qualify to play for himself, but this is a very strong tournament, of course. So why wouldn't he play? But it's also a special event, not only because it takes so long, it's like 27 days, but you need to be good at everything. You need to be good at classical, you need to be good at rapid, you need to be good at blitz, you need to have great stamina, great mental endurance. If things don't go wrong, you don't have time to recover, you need to come back instantly.
Well, basically, there's one more layer which I thought like was like anything in elimination related in chess is so kind of so stressful for the players because we've all been there. You play a masterpiece, you play like the 40 moves, like perfect game, and then you undo everything with one move. But that is limited to one game. And then you can undo in one move the entirety of like 2 weeks of like a fantastic tournament. And yeah, you play one stupidity and you're out. And then sometimes if it's game 2 of the round, which you were winning, it would be out instead of in the next round. So that's a cruel sport.
That's the drama of chess. Roger Federer, I'm not sure if you heard of him, he can like make an unforced error and still win his match easily, right? But in chess, one unforced error and you will probably lose to most qualified players.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. What else we have? I've seen the legend, Michael Adams.
But
used to
5 today, right?
Giant knockout specialist in the 1990s, early 2000s. He's been around. Still a super strong player, even though no longer a favorite, but still a very, very respectable 2-6-35.
Yeah.
And he's facing Abdullah Ahmed Al-Rehaili, a FIDE master rated 2-1-14. Mickey Adams, some things don't change. You see some sort of E4, E5 Spanish-looking structure for Adams.
Shigorian defense. It wasn't a Shigorian Spanish. It was an attempt to play the Berlin. Oh no, it wasn't Italian 2 Knights. I'm sorry. It was Italian 2 Knights.
Yeah, transposed into this very Spanishy structure. White plays D4, threatening to win a piece. This would be a big unforced error to miss that, but my best guess is...
Hang on a second, I'm trying to do like 2+2. Who is a tempo up in this position? So my bet it would be... No, or could it be just a Spanish?
Nobody.
Yeah, because he has lost the tempo on bishop c4, bishop b5, then gained it back because he didn't go bishop b3. He went to bishop c2 in one go. So maybe because white went d3 and then d4, white is still tempo,
No,
but it
D3
could
and
be
then D4
relevant
is
as well.
typical for all
It
these
could be
Spanish lines.
relevant as
No,
well.
I think this is pretty much quote-unquote standard stuff. And after D4,
So what do we usually do here?
Just take
everything and then go for d5 in some version, right?
I actually know this, which I used to be big Spanish theoretician myself. So rook to c8, bishop to b3, and then you can take and play d5 or play d5 directly. This is stuff we used to analyze in the old days, and I'm sure Mickey has done the same thing, and now maybe he's wondering, is this too dry if I do this? Do I have a way to spice it up? But if you want to spice it up with black, you normally pay a bit of a price too. Like you could move the bishop away, but
and then allow
you're just
d5
worse.
and
Something like this.
and then
probably doesn't
whenever I see something like this, I cannot stop myself from mentioning Karpov-Hunziker game, of course, which you haven't seen already. You absolutely have to.
I've seen that game. Yeah, it's a classic. Bishop to a7.
Bishop to a7, triple exclamation mark stuff. Yeah.
Michael Adams has played many such games himself. He used to be nicknamed the Spider because he would
Weaving the net.
weave his net. You don't realize what's happening, and all of a sudden you can't move anything anymore. Let's see.
Yeah, and the consistency on Michael's performance in the World Cup, or rather World Knockouts World Championship, at some point was unbelievable because, like, if
Pretty
the
much book
question
him
would be
into the semi-final.
before the tournament, like if the question is will Michael make it to the quarterfinals, you just bet yes. So he played the final, I believe, against. Was it the final? He was in the final against Kasim in 2004. Kasim Janov was
the finals. My memory.
It was a
is
final.
terrible.
It was a final against Kasim Janov. He's been in the semi-final against the Korpin in Las Vegas, and many. I believe, that's it.
No,
absolutely
he has a
fantastic
wealth of
player.
experience, and he has a good style for this. He's good at rapid blitz. He doesn't blunder. He's not relying too much on energy preparation because he can run out of that during such a long tournament. Just plays sound moves, no big mistakes. Now, of course, I think he won the Senior World Championship, so now it's getting tougher and tougher to hang in there with these young kids, but still, always a name you need to watch out for in these formats.
Right.
Looking through the list here, Nils Grandelius, strong Swedish grandmaster. What is that position?
Grandelius' position is hard to tell what it was.
I'm trying to figure out the first moves. If we look at the little board there, and it's a bit random, although this is sort of a trendy thing. Knight to d7 immediately, trying to put the knight on b6, I believe, to stop white from advancing the pawn, covering this. Looks slightly funny to me, but it's a thing people do.
Yeah, knight d7, g3, and I've seen people playing b7, b5 here, taking even more radical approach, But yeah, knight to b6.
Knight to c3, modern chess. White is saying, I can no longer go pawn to c4, challenge the center.
So I'll try to go e4,
knight.
right? I'll try to go e4, and black says, no, knight to f6, bishop g2, bishop to f5, knight h4. Yeah. And my only question is how one supposed to be a kid's coach nowadays? Because you explain, you don't go knight c3 in front of your pawn, you don't put the knight on the, you don't go knight h4, knight on b6 always bad, and then you come to this game where it's
Well, the thing is, these rules still are largely true. Just, of course, there are many exceptions. If black moves the knight twice and you can't play c4, fighting for the initiative, you might have to go knight h4. But it is very hard to explain. Also, once you've explained it, and then people can switch on the computer and say, but actually, knight c3 and knight h4 is the first line. So, yeah, it's a jungle out there. But Nils has done his homework. He's very diligent. He needs to sleep 10 hours a night, have his coffee, do his sports, have lunch, read his newspaper, then he needs a coffee break. So I never understand how he manages to get any chess work done, because he has such a busy schedule. But he seems to be well prepared. He's leaving the board here. Queen to
Queen to
d3.
d3, and then I imagine even f3, 4 could be considered.
I guess so. What does black do? Pawn here, or maybe queen here to cover the pawn. Let's say this.
Yeah. Queen to d7, I guess, could be an idea. Yeah, and then it's a big question, like how does white develop? Do we just go bishop g5? Yeah, bishop g5 allows knight to e4 in this case, yeah. So maybe that's why queen d7 is like a clever move.
Yeah, complicated. Pawn to f3 is certainly an option to prepare this. Another move you normally don't tell kids to play.
Yeah, was the bishop on
f3,
g2.
block your bishop on g2. Sorry, kids, don't watch Nils Grandelius the games. It's the only way.
Right.
Moving on.
So we are...
Jose Martinez.
Hang on a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have a result on board 14. It says...
Did the guy follow my advice and forfeit?
Frederick Xuan has won
Wow.
without his opponent playing any moves.
Where's Orlando Husbands? Did he oversleep? Is he not here? Do we have any information?
Yeah.
Need Charlize on the case.
So let me see if there is any cases. Okay, we have a... Hang on a second. We have a draw on... Okay, board 52, to be fair. So that was...
That's one of the top matchups already, where my guess is white was slightly lower rated. And
White was
decided
slightly
to take
lower
a quick
rated,
draw.
went for a forcing line where black is forced to repeat moves.
Ah, it's another German. The Germans here with the first results. Frederick Xuan winning and Niklas Huschenbeet with a long theory debate ending in a draw.
Yeah, and I'm
just
checking.
published a course on the Petrov, and he thought, okay, I probably won't win today, but at least I'll get to show my Petrov knowledge, and it led to some move repetition after some theoretical debate, which I guess, given by the time spent, Bilal Hussein hardly spent any time. Both sides were okay with that outcome. It's always a tricky question. If you're the slight underdog, like here, white is 2-4-87, black is 2-5-87. Do you agree to a quick draw with white and you say, okay, I'll be black in the game we actually play, but variance might increase a bit, or do you try to use your chances with white? What's the best strategy there?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because about like increasing the variance, that's a funny conversation I had before going to this tournament. I was European team coaching the ladies team of Turkey. And at the team meetings, I had this conversation. So whenever we are playing the stronger team and you have an option to make a draw,
yeah, it's always a big
go
question.
for it, because theoretically you increase the variance. Because they have less boards to beat us.
Yes.
And then they get nervous and we win. And then when we are the stronger team, we do make draws because we decrease the variance.
It's black. Yeah, exactly. You always find a way to argue both sides of that.
Yeah, and then, yeah, obviously, the World Cup is somewhat special, but in team chess, there are two positive results in the game, which is a win and a draw. Here, I believe, no, in all honesty, both players are kind of relatively happy with that. Like, if you're black, a slight Elo favorite, you just got rid of your black games. And then, as a slight underdog, maybe, yeah, you've tried. It's not like you didn't try at all. You tried some semi-forced line.
Maybe the guy doesn't know it. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Also, we always assume it's some grand strategy people are following. You never know what happens. Maybe some guy missed a flight and he arrived late last night, couldn't sleep, jet lag kicked in, and so you thought, I'll make a draw and try to arrive. You never know.
That's true, because when we start speculating about all this, like opening choices and so on, we forget that we've been players ourselves, and we imagine the perfect conditions, the well-thought strategy, and sometimes it's pretty
sitting
random.
With a coffee for a week, weighing his options, but sometimes
10 minutes before the game, let me play the King's Indian.
Okay, I'll try this. Okay, but we do have two results so far. And let us look at some games we have not seen yet. I'm scrolling aimlessly through my list here.
On board
we have
4.
Jose Martinez. Is that
that
the
is-
famous Drospum? No.
On board 7.
No,
Yep.
on the internet, on board 7, playing against Isaac Hu. Pawn to b5 was just played. A lot of these underdogs, I would not like facing them just by looking at them. Like if I was black in an open against Isaac Hu, I would not be happy with that pairing. I can tell you that much just by looking at the guy.
Yeah,
he looks young, he looks a bit sleepy, he's trying to wake up. He's a very good chess player.
After like hours of night preparation, maybe. Yeah. And again, like he's from South Korea, right? And he's rated 2100, which doesn't tell you anything.
No, you don't
yeah,
want
like he
play.
can be like a very strong player who simply kind of doesn't compete in FIDE-rated tournaments. And
or
so
he could have started chess, I don't know,
3 months
during the
ago and
pandemic.
already
No,
made it in the
probably
World
4 or
Cup.
5 years ago, but then studied for 2 or 3 years, couldn't play anywhere.
Yeah.
That's just incredibly good. This is all speculation. I don't know Isaac, but he does look like an unpleasant opponent. Having said that, Drospum, of course, the overwhelming favorite here.
Right. So we did look at Michael Adams's game. On board 4, there was somebody that I was surprised to see playing in round 1, Vladislav Artemiev, who once again, we used to him being the member of 27 club.
Not just 27, he
But-
was
but
a
kind of
top
higher
10 player
27,
not
yeah,
that long ago. He was 2760, and now his rating is down to
2637.
2637, which is still good, but 130 points. He's not an old man. Is a surprising decline there. He can still play chess, so I'm gonna bungle this name. His opponent has skill. Dahang Wapo, who has his work cut out for him here from Namibia, and it already looks a bit unpleasant. Artemiev has the center, or the potential center. He has one extra pawn in the center. The knight can come here. It does look like something went slightly wrong in the opening. His pawn to c6, I'm not a big fan of. It's not drama, but I think the main line. So take on c3.
Just to take,
And then knight back to f6 is also slightly untypical, I guess.
right. So
Typically, you would go here.
yeah, what we have now on the board is like a dream for somebody who's playing anti-Grunfeld move orders.
Especially for Artemiev, who's not theoretical, but he likes these knight on f3, g3, bishop g2, and then
Yeah,
slow positional
precisely.
pressure. This is an absolute dream for him. And I'm guessing his opponent, who's thinking hard here, will be saying, Vladislav, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. But it might be too late.
Yeah.
This will be
Artemiev-
painful.
Yeah, like if if Mickey Adams wouldn't be called the Spider, I would probably consider giving Artemiev this nickname because
be more than
very
one
often-
spider.
can be more than
They
one
can both
spider.
be spiders. I've come across plenty spiders.
Yeah, that's true. Because seriously, like I've seen way too many games of Artemiev where like seemingly nothing happens and he doesn't want anything and he hovers on like first 3 lines. And
Yeah, and then you lose.
it's
some
like a
endgame.
little
Yeah,
bit problematic, then a lot problematic, and then you don't have a move.
There he is, returning to the board. The man from Omsk. Queen to c7 also.
Yeah, potentially
Slightly
a
strange
suspect
move, like
yeah.
pawn to d4, bishop to f4. The queen has to move again.
Yeah, it's either bishop from f4 will disturb the queen, or after, say, bishop g5, I don't know why would you play bishop g5, but bishop g5, rook c1, and once again the queen's misplaced. So
I guess what he wants is to attack the queen, the white queen himself,
how is
with
bishop to
here.
e6, and that's why
covering that pawn
defending the
first.
b3 pawn,
But it
b7 pawn.
looks slightly off. Like queen to b6 to me looks like a more natural way. Because the white queen doesn't really mind moving that much if the bishop attacks it. It goes away, and
Right.
all the problems are still very much there.
All right, so really pleasant scenario for Artemiev.
Any other spiders that you want to look at? Because if not, I'll just look at my German boys. I was also in Batumi like you with the German national team, and all of them are here in the tournament.
Yeah, let's see. By the way, let's see Dmitry Kollers. That is
in
what
trouble?
board
What's
9.
going on?
I mean, I just see it's a funny pawn structure. I don't know if it's any familiar to you. But
I think what he's doing is he's bluffing. He's a very theoretical, very concrete player. So this is normal stuff. It's called you can probably pronounce it better than me, the Arkhangelsk.
No, but you do it whenever you don't call it archangel variation, it's already a very good sign. Yeah, I think
Gabriel.
It's Arkhangelsk or like Yurtayev. Isn't it Yurtayev? Because I'm always
call
confused.
it Yurtayev because they give him credit, but in
I think
Western chess circles, I think it's still Arkhangelsk.
Arkhangelsk variation, yeah.
The going name.
H3 bishop h5.
So this is theoretical stuff, and I believe what Kollers is doing, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5,
is a bit of a bluff.
I think it's a slight bluff. Knight takes e5, bishop takes, pawn takes. And here white has this option to go pawn to g4, bishop goes away, and knight to d4. But that's a very, very tough move to find if you don't know this or you don't have the engine running. Because the pawn on e4 is hanging. But it turns out after knight takes e4, bishop here, knight takes, queen takes, rook goes somewhere, let's say.
An f pawn. Frederick the f pawn.
Frederick won already. The f pawn is coming, picks up the bishop.
Yeah.
But I think, and I might be giving him too much credit, I think Kollers knows all this, but he believes, and possibly he will be right, his opponent won't spot this g4, knight d4 idea, which is very strange.
G4, no, knight fg4 just doesn't work because knight takes knight, yeah?
I think it doesn't work, but you can use it to scare the opponent, but then, takes.
Yeah, knight takes knight. Actually, if you take on g4, like, you could be scared of it. Like, takes, and then it's... Yeah, but the problem is knight takes knight, and then white's just, like, up material. Yeah, so let's see. Because, indeed, if white doesn't know, you can start second-guessing yourself easily. Like, well, what's that? Why is my 2600 opponent goes for this position? And apparently he means something, and I better be careful.
No, I think he knows what he's doing. It's a calculated risk. It's not like you lose directly after this g4, knight to d4, and probably knows more theory there. And it's also a fair bet that the opponent is not going to spot that.
Yeah, I imagine, like, even at the very, very high level, you do go for such things. Yeah, well, the margin is, of course, much smaller, but
no, it's always a trade-off. You want to surprise the opponent, you want winning chances, you also don't want too terrible position, and you got to find...
Yeah, so you just have to define what is, like, the amount of risk you're willing to take, what is appropriate, and then, then you go for it. Because, like, if you just try to play a perfect game of chess, and so does your opponent, but, like...
Yeah, first of all, if you don't surprise, if you're the stronger players against a good opponent, it will likely be a draw. And also, even with white, if you don't surprise, your opponent is prepared. Even if you are Magnus Carlsen, that's one big reason he doesn't like playing classical chess that much nowadays, or I'm not sure where he stands currently, is that, you need to bring new ideas and not necessarily the best moves, because if both sides make the best computer moves, then you can go home very quickly. So it's become this whole meta game, like, how bad a move am I willing to make to surprise my opponent, get the game, pose some problems.
And there's been another, like, I don't remember who brought it up, one of the recent interviews of the top players. What else has changed a lot? Like, back then they were telling, yes, there is a problem with excessive opening preparation, but at least you have to spend, I don't know, like a week figuring out
Just
this particular line. And now you need half an hour, literally, like an hour for this specific, especially if you're not ambitious, let's say, and you're just looking for a good enough way of making a draw. tell me Gusti plays this particular line and give me the access to the engine, and I hope for like in the next hour, if I'm guaranteed he's going to go for this particular line, I'll be ready to, let's say, face
for
it.
sure. That's why surprising is so important. Having said all that, we've had this conversation, or not the two of us, but people have had this conversation about chess is dead, it's a draw, it's all analyzed, at least since 1927, since Yiheng Capablanca, so it's very often used, and it often changes a bit with the generation, like this conversation was looming large in the Vichy, Kramnik, Leko days, but then with these Nakamura, Carlsen kids playing all the random openings, it went away a bit and comes and goes. But I still believe.
And new kids play even randomer openings, like even by Nakamura
Eric Gacy, Gukesh, Prague, also amazing. Willing to do anything.
And I kind of haven't, well, not the counter argument, but the argument that still chess is like very rich, because if you think of it. What was the first time when we said like computers solved the game? Maybe 2010, when let's say computers started reliably crushing anything of flash.
Yeah,
right?
We didn't question them anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since 2010.
And then like with new computers, this Lila thing, and it makes a clown of an older computer. So there is absolutely no guarantee.
Funny if you see the latest Stockfish play against Rybka, let's say, who I thought was God in, I don't know, 2009 or something, and it's just
precisely, and it's
winning
like
every game with either color. So no, humans
not very good
for us to understand this game, which is why it will remain interesting. Of course, you adjust to the opening preparation questions, but there is still so much scope. Having said all that, Carlos' opponent played G4. Horrible bluff by Carlos. What was he thinking? He's in deep trouble.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Maybe he knows how to. Maybe he knows his way out of it.
Yeah. Starts with Bishop G6.
Anything interesting on the opening front?
No, I'm clicking through games here.
I see one funny position to which I'm afraid we don't have a camera, but if you could pull Chigayev's game, that's... We don't have a camera on this one, it's board 16, but I just want to show... I just want to show the position. Sometimes you have to play something like this.
I know this stuff. No, I know this. This is like... Ding had a game here against Giri. This is actually very topical.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, like for once, like I was the one who was like playing all this retty English nonsense even before it was very popular. I know a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, like if you again coming back to being a coach for kids, and then you show like the knight on A3, the knight on D3, and also black has a center, and what white does apparently fights for an advantage.
Yeah. No, this is a topical line, and not every game can be Berlin. There we see two veterans, by the way, side by side. Jacques Elbilia and... Is that Yefimov there in the next to him? I think so.
Yeah. That's board 15 Yefimov and then board 16 Elbilia.
Yeah. And Elbilia is dealing with this modern opening by Maxim Shigayev. The Spaniard putting his knight on the rim. But yeah, this is a very, very complicated topical line where neither position is very pretty. It looks tempting to go e4. The problem is it's normally bad, because then you're a bit overextended.
Yeah, and the knight goes to f2, and it's just like...
It's another legend, Ivanchuk, walking by. How many of these players do you know by sight? That's a big sign for me. I'm getting older. I will recognize all the old guys, but there are so many new faces.
Yeah,
it feels like at every tournament.
Absolutely, and it changed so much, and I'm not even sure, like, maybe I'm not following, let's say, chess out of, say, top 20 close enough. But it's way too often that I see a new face, I question who is that, and the answer is not only it is a grandmaster, but it's a grandmaster
So
2600.
higher rated than me normally.
Yeah, of course. And then 2600 grandmaster. What did you expect? Of course, yeah.
And even if not, the German boys, they always tell me, how can you not know this guy? He's a legend on chess.com or on Lichess. He's 3,200. I've never heard the name, so yeah. Chess is alive and well.
Yeah, so that is perhaps an important remark. So out of all the 206 players who are playing here, or rather, he will start participating in this event from round 2. But the only previous winner of the World Cup as a format, Levon Avronian, is taking part in our event.
It's the only former winner, yeah?
As the only former
twice?
winner, and the only person who has won twice. So still the hope for older generation. So,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what else? Like I'm just like browsing through the games to see if we have something exciting. Right. So, any funny?
Nothing?
Yeah.
I was trying to find the Bacro game unsuccessfully, but I saw he won already, and here I tracked it down. So his opponent, I'm assuming, also didn't show up. It's another default, yeah? Shitumbo Mvali from Zambia. And did not make a single move against Etienne Bacro. And I see some more defaults. Bassem Amin, who we saw waiting earlier,
Yep.
against Farai Mandija. So I don't know. I've had trouble getting a visa to come here. Maybe Visa just took out some of the players as well.
It could be, because there've been kind of stories about like some excitement getting there.
And I have another question. I slightly question that this game was played like this, but you can tell me. There's a game between Kazibek Nogebek, who's a strong grandmaster, and Raja Ritvik, another strong Indian grandmaster. And what is shown here to me is this course of action. So this is the exchange. Spanish, so far so good, knight e7, whatever, knight to b3, queen to d6, queen d2, takes, checkmate, which I think did not happen.
No, I don't think it did.
So what's typically what happens here, it's the computer, the digital board did not recognize that queen takes d1 was played in one move, and it thinks the queen stopped on d2. It gets confused, right? Because
I think that's it. And strangely, I've been told recently that there is like what you think that the PGN error, and then the technology somehow figures it out and corrects the normal move order. So there is always a person behind it. The thing is still quite silly, and there should be a human operator to fix the moves.
AI might be taking most of the jobs, but not the PGN.
Not the
board
PGN
operator.
master.
That is the most human task.
That is for sure.
No, I guess this game is still going. Queen takes d1. Rook takes d1 was played. So yeah, we've got a lot of action. This is sort of a strange round, because you don't have the top players in action. You don't have a lot of the stronger player matchups yet. So in a way, it's like fishing for the upset or the next chess superstar, but it's so hard to keep an eye on all 50 games and knowing which ones will stand out. I will default back
to the top board.
To the Germans.
To the Germans.
Bishop takes b6. What is this? g4 was not played. Didn't it show us g4 was played earlier?
Well, so colors game.
Yeah.
No. G4's on the board. G4's already on the board.
Maybe this is also frozen. Takes. This position we've seen, no?
Yeah, G4, bishop to G6. Yeah. Bishop G6. I don't have bishop G6. I have G4.
No, he's thinking after
he's
G4.
Thinking after G4.
What is he thinking about? He can't go.
That's a good question.
Knight takes. He could take on f3 first.
Knight takes knight, and then white takes with the queen.
Yeah, then he
Bishop
eliminated
to
this
g6.
This knight jumping further.
Yeah, and now apparently the position is quite terrible. Doesn't matter what white does, but the funny queen g2 is somehow computer's first preference. Okay, I'm not sure, but queen g2, I just thought it's a funny and very direct move. Queen g2, I want to go f4.
Yeah. No, maybe I gave him too much credit. Maybe he doesn't know what he's doing. He looks in deep thought. Unhappy.
Yeah, if it was a gamble, maybe it was not the right time to gamble. Because his opponent is rated like 2200.
Yeah.
Which is like, yes, you are big ELO favorite, but you know, not with, you know, not the peace odds, for instance. Yeah, if you do something really silly, there could be no way to come back.
Absolutely. Dimitri Kollars. In deep thought here after g4. I'm not sure what went wrong. Maybe he mixed up the move order, or he just thought, okay, this wasn't happening. Because if he was bluffing, he would already have played bishop g6, no?
Yeah.
Saying, okay, there's no way that you will find this move.
So wait, so the whole bishop g4 is quite a bit of a bluff, right?
I think even that is still okay. And after d takes e5, strangely, you're supposed to go bishop takes e3, if memory serves.
So d takes e5. No, it was h3, bishop h5, right? Then d takes e5.
Yeah, and then I think you're supposed to go bishop takes e3.
Well, d5 is like strangely, d5 computer says like no big deal. So bishop takes, c takes, and also it's apparently playable. Bishop e3 is
I recall this from the old days. I'm not sure how good
ef6,
or bad it
bishop
is.
takes d2.
Some nonsense like this.
Queen takes d2.
And it's complicated.
Yeah, bishop f3 takes on g7, rook e8, and so on and so forth. Yep.
All right, we shall not torture poor Dimitri Kollars any further, but instead, for some excitement, we will now switch to the first ever segment in 2025 from the FIDE World Cup by Katie Tsatsalashvili, who will update us on the games, tell us what's going on. Katie, what's happening?
Greetings, guys. I have so much fun to listen your commentary just behind the wall. And we also have a lot of fun on the board on lower part of the tournament. But before that, you asked about some of the players that were missing, and some of the players had an easy day today. They got plus. But I have also a question. When you're a grandmaster, you came here all the way from Europe and you play your first opponent. Do you want to get a plus, or do you want to play to win? So we have Xuan, we have Amen Bassen and Bakro Etienne, who got the plus in their first round. So I would first ask Miro, you, what do you think?
I don't know. Like, which Miro do you want to ask? Because now my answer is like any win is a good win, right? But back then, when I was like ambitious, I remember I felt like robbed when I would get a plus. Okay, maybe not in the World Cup. I never gotten a plus in the World Cup. But yeah, like in a tournament, I really wanted to win the game rather than just get the point.
Right.
Which is strange, yeah, but...
I get your point. Yeah, and you know Frederick very well. I saw him very upset when the arbiter went to the board and stopped the clock and asked him to sign. Can you give us a little bit more about him? Do you think he's upset right now after getting plus?
I don't know. That surprises me. Like, from my perspective, win by default is just great. You get some more rest. This is round one for the favorites. It's about making it through. You don't risk your rating. You rest a bit. So I think it's a great outcome. What I could imagine, I don't know, but I know Frederick, he's a very fair guy, and maybe he told the arbiter, let's wait a bit more if the opponent shows up. I don't know, I'm speculating here. But yeah, I'm very surprised why he would be upset about that. Maybe if it's a training tournament or an open, you want to play your game. But here it's about advancing, making it through the rounds, and that helps.
Yeah.
So I would be thrilled.
Yeah, I agree with that too. But the good news for the players who missed today the round is that tomorrow they have another chance against the same opponent, and they have to win. They're in must-win situation tomorrow.
Do we know anything? Are they here, the opponents? Are they oversleep?
I
Did they not show up?
I
What's
know
going
some
on?
things. Let me tell you. I know some things. In case of Orlando husband, the opponent of Xuan, he just arrived like half an hour ago before the tournament started. Sometimes there's a delays with the flights, and you have to be very careful when you plan your arrival time, right? So at this tournament, you have to plan it yourself. No one can do that for you. So there was this case, so there was no point to wait for the opponent any further because there's a lot
Maybe
of
that's why he was
procedures.
upset. The guys in the car from the airport and said, okay, let's wait for him. Yeah, I mean, that
Yeah,
makes
we
sense.
have 15 minutes default time though. Okay, that's the first part, the not in chess part. We wish them best luck tomorrow for the second game. But now look at this game that I want to show to you. So this happened on the board 49. We have here with white pieces, Grandmaster from US, Andy Woodward, and from black we have local player, international master Himal Hussein, and it's very casual game. I'll just very quickly show. It started with a Queen's Gambit accepted, and very soon it got interesting turn when white just decide in this position just to take the pawn on f7, which looks really pretty. After taking it back, you play queen to b3 to give a check and also to threaten the bishop to be taken back. And here we have the move, and here white decided to castle short. Did not take the bishop back. He just placed this position with piece down for a pawn, and he just casually goes to play. Here we have one move only after long time of thought. Black was probably confused here why his opponent didn't take the bishop back, and now white has to carry on. Black cannot castle the king anymore, so white will now start to attack in the center and open up the file, so the king will be in danger. But I have a question again, guys, to you. What do you think here about the move castle? Is it a nice move? Would you do that by yourself too? Would you just capture the bishop in this position and carry on?
No, I would do that because I hate to be the boring guy, but this is all theory.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit surprised the opponent was out of book here, because if you take the bishop, then pawn to c5 wins a piece anyway instead of castles. One move earlier, white castle already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you take, it's c5, and I think the line goes still, like you can go queen a3 here, c takes, pawn takes knight, knight b5, it's still not the end of the line, yeah. Knight
And
b5,
what is
knight,
in the end? It's equal position probably, like
it's
most of
like
the chess.
nobody wins, like that's my information here. Like nobody wins here, so there is like somewhat narrow. Maybe Jan knows more about it, but like looks like black has a narrow way of like maintaining the balance.
Yeah, as usual, it's a serious try for white, but it's not winning against best players almost. No line is. But if the opponent is surprised, Andy Woodward, very, very strong young player, very well prepared, then it spells trouble. I don't know what happens after bishop to d6.
So at this moment, we don't have the move from white as well. So what will be the plan? Is white going to play f45 in this position? Is there rook e1 first? Is there bishop to g5? How white should carry on from here?
It was a description of Tal's play. Like he develops his pieces in the center, sacrifices them somewhere, and then he checkmates you. So I guess bishop g5, rook a d1, and jump with the d4 knight. That would be the plan that I describe. How to say white should proceed. Like where to jump with the knight? Is it f5? Is it b5? Remains to be seen. But yeah, bishop g5 feels like a right thing to do, but again, it's maybe because I'm somewhat assisted with this computer program that I have on my screen.
All right. Jan, would you recommend our viewers who are not grandmasters probably to sacrifice the bishop and carry on to play like a Tal, or they better do their homework and do the analysis with the computer and then to play this kind of positions?
You can do both. That's a beautiful thing. Like, of course, Tal's ideas, sacrificing material, the initiative, attack are timeless, but this is also a very modern thing. He will have checked at home that he's not in trouble in any line. If black finds all the best moves, it might be a draw. But you can ask some questions, surprise the opponent. If the opponent does anything wrong, they can just win without thinking, like bishop g5, rook e1, f4, e5, knight f5, knight e6. This looks incredibly scary for black when out of book. So I like what Andy's doing here. Now, a bit surprised by the opponent, who's a very strong player, as we can see, because he plays this very specific line with knight to d7, which is sort of asking for play bishop takes f7. So you want to be ready for that. And it looks like things went wrong.
Yeah, well, that's it for what I have for now, but looking forward to have more excitement in the all the boards that we have today.
Thank you so much, Ketty. And we will go on a quick break, then come back with all the action, some of the action.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
चेस खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come, don't be late. It's your move. ए तो कोई खोर.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है wait. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. इसको करो. It's your move. 1, 2, 2. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God,
say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it. I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake, the 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back, everybody, to the first day of the FIDE World Cup 2025, where the round is in full swing. Before we get to the action, we have to answer the most asked question. Where is Gukesh? Where are all the top players? Isn't this a top event? What's going on?
Well, yeah, that's a good question indeed. The system is such, Jan, that, well, for you to be informed, the system is such that they start playing from round 2. And round 2 will not happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is the game 2 of round 1, right? So well, in all seriousness, that is, round 1 should be viewed as sort of a qualification. And then from round 2, which is like in 3 days, we start our usual World Cup for 128 players. And there you see Gukesh, Prague, and all the monsters.
It's a weird system because we have these, however many, there's 78 games today, so 78 players go through, and then they will be joined by the 50 strongest players. As I said, that's not tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but in 3 days you will see all your favorite chess players, unless your favorite chess player is Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, or Gotham Chess. They're not here, but the rest of them are Gukesh, Arjun Erigaisi, Vincent Keimer, and so on, will be joining the action, but not today yet. They added this round. They did not have this in the old days. It used to be just 128 players, and the top players start early on.
And a fantastic graphic that we have explains, or partially attempts to explain, the qualification path to the World Cup, which is still very confusing to most of us. But basically you can read, like on the left, in the red column, you can read who is eligible to participate as, for instance, reigning world champion. He doesn't have to play, but he can choose to, and our champion is playing from round 2. And it's only one world champion, of course. Then 4 players, winner, runner-up. So basically, those who made it to the semi-final of the previous World Cup, right, have the right to play in this World Cup. Women's world champion, world junior champion under 20 continental events.
Those are the sort of normal ways to qualify. You have your run-of-the-mill good grandmaster. Like I used to be, you play your European Championship, your Continental Championship, and you try to make it to the World Cup. So that's 80 players total. And the highest rated, I'm very confused by. It says 13 players here, but more players make it by rating. I guess they fall under this next criteria, like players determined according to the final ranking of the Chess Olympiad 2024 Open section. Because that's not just all the players from the top teams, right? That's still affects
somehow it is determined. Basically, that's the thing. Nominees of the FIDE president, 4 players, but usually it doesn't mean like FIDE president just decides, okay, this guy's playing or that guy's playing. They still have to be kind of established. They have to be anyway the candidates to play. So I think these wildcards they offer to players who are like just a tiny bit short, maybe on rating, maybe, like there is 12 qualification spots, let's say, from some country, and you're 13th, and then you can get the wild card. I think that's how it works.
That's good to know. I saw the FIDE president yesterday, and I thought if I get him a coffee, maybe I can play next time, but apparently it's not how it works.
Nominees of the organizer.
Maybe I should get the organizer a coffee.
Yep.
2 players, so what does this add up to? This adds up to whatever random number we have.
206.
206.
Because that's how many players we have.
And then we have 128 starting from the next round, which is a better number for a knockout tournament, because then you can split it in half all the time. You get 64,
anything,
32.
like powers 16. Of 2. We have to, at some point, we have to start having a power of 2.
Some point we gotta get there.
And then.
Not yet. So top 50 seeds are skipping this first round. You will see them in action in 3 days. And this you can think of as a qualifier to be. Maybe canon for these top 50 players, maybe not.
Yeah, that's precisely right. So shall we move to
Let's look at the playing hall.
Right. Maybe one of the games that, I suggested one of the games that we've already checked upon, Jeffery, Xiong on board 2, because they were following a very, very long theory from correspondence games, apparently. And then at some point, Jeffrey's less experienced opponent, he deviated, and I think now, thanks.
Jeffery won the theory battle, but the position still looks random and sharp. What Black did, I don't know what theory, but it doesn't look too illogical. He's trying to establish blockade on the dark squares, put his bishop here. I kind of like his position, to be honest.
Well, apparently, again, like it's not a deep investigation. I'm just like checking with the machine and also having this information that you were not supposed to take on f4 when white played f4 a couple of moves back. Black was not supposed to take on f4, but just like play rook to d7 immediately. That's all I have as a suggestion for improvement.
Looks so natural, though. I like how the kid is playing.
Yeah.
So here Compy wants something else. Rook e8, rook d7, whatever.
So ef4, then white could capture with the bishop and then put the knight on d4. That would be another line, but knight f4 is kind of good enough. Rook to d7, king b1, bishop to g5. Yeah, absolutely playable, by the way. So
looks
Black's
like
not getting
to
attacked too hard on the king side, and that's a good thing.
Maybe king here was a bit slow. Maybe knight directly. Then again, it's not a surprise that for Joffrey, the king is a priority.
And king b1 is such a Sicilian move, though. It's like whenever you don't know what to do, like it seems, king b1's always useful.
King Joffrey. So now looks like a complex fight. I believe in Yiheng Li. Looks concentrated.
And a bit sleepy as well, right?
Yeah, that scares me more. Sleepy kids are the scariest.
Right. So what else do we have? Do we have any game where we would say, okay, now it looks clearly better for one of the sides? Because this we definitely cannot do.
No, we have one game where it looks clearly better for Black. It's what we discussed early on. Erdogmus, the rating favorite of today's players, with the black pieces in this exchange French. And slightly daring decision there by his opponent after knight to g6. He decided to go pawn to h4, which does not fit with the strategy of let's be solid, exchange stuff. But I guess he got spooked by the knight potentially coming here. So he played pawn to h4. His point is if this gets taken,
then the queen goes to h5, right?
This is trouble.
Knight check, king goes, and you are in a world of trouble.
But if you don't take, what are you doing? You played h3, now you're playing h4.
So, funny thing though, so now if white goes h5, precisely, now knight h4 is much more efficient.
Let's find a square for the queen.
Oh wait, oh wait, everything's covered.
Only square I could find, but now comes the real kicker. Uh-oh.
Yeah, knight b4 is a cool move.
Yeah, some nice tactic. White can't take because then there's, this discovered attack.
On the queen. And then the knight on c3 does not protect the queen on d5 because it's pinned, right?
So we go away, but the troubles will continue.
Yeah, the queen being like kicked around all the time, and eventually black wins.
Yeah. So no, this hasn't gone well for Abugenda. He also doesn't look happy after rook to e8.
Yeah, but you're right. Like he was trying to be solid and till
too many pieces. It never works.
to some point he managed to. Then, and apparently after knight g6, he again like it's queen h5, and it's a kind of nice little square because it's like not easy to push the queen, away, and he could continue that way. H4 was like on the surface it looks tempting, like you attack the knight, the pawn cannot be taken, and so on. But then you realize if black doesn't take the pawn, then what do you do? So Erdogmus has a nice little opener today. Getting a better position after 9 moves with the black pieces.
Confident. The strongest 14-year-old
in
ever.
the world.
Yes, Erdogmus. He looks so serious, all business. Rook e8. What are you doing with your H pawn? No, he's gonna get the job done today. I have little doubt.
Okay, so anything else on the top boards? On board 8, Benjamin Gledura apparently is winning.
What was this?
Apparently he's completely winning. I think something must have changed, like in the very last couple of moves.
Why can't black take the rook?
Because horse gives a check, I think.
So knight here, he took the pawn, and now pawn
C3,
here, blocking this square from the bishop.
So when you take the rook, white goes knight check. And you...
This is bad.
Yeah.
And king here.
King here, knight takes rook. You have to go queen d8. And now, funny enough, I guess like a lot of moves are winning, but there is a funny one, knight to c7. And you running away with the tempo, I guess, and then after rook b8, well, I thought you just simply take the bishop, but no, you go on with like check and stuff, knight g5. And
it makes some sense, because you want to kick the king away from the pawn as well.
And then they go g8, and then you take the bishop, and then you take e7, and...
This is the end. It looks bad, at least. Okay. What was his opening? Awesome.
It was
Rossolimo.
I actually, relatively recently, I've realized that we should be calling this main line Sicilian.
No,
because nobody plays 3d4 nowadays. Okay, some people do, but
Bishop b5 is the move. Also, frankly, it's much more logical than d4. You develop the bishop, you prepare castle, you keep the option to go c3, d4. It's like the Spanish versus the Scotch, right? Why would
you play Scotch if you're going to play the Spanish?
If you have the Spanish.
That's true.
There we see Gledura, strong Hungarian grandmaster. He knows he trapped his opponent with this pawn to c3. And this is over, there's nothing better.
This is over because the bishop's hanging, and what can you... like basically it's a double attack. Knight f6 is a huge threat, and queen takes b2. So if you stop for knight f6, then queen b2, well, it's just a piece up.
All right. That's the dream with white, because you don't know. Of course, you're a big favorite playing a 2200 player, but it could be a tough fight. You don't want to lose energy. You could run into trouble, but then, if you get a smooth chicken, it's very nice.
That's a good way to win in round 1. Any win is a good win, but
default being the best.
Default being the best.
That ship has sailed.
Right.
Checking back in with the colors game. So knight to d4 was not played as expected, but the bad news for colors is after queen to e2, which was played. His position is also not that great, apparently. Takes, rook e8, rook f to e1. Why rook f? Okay.
Because, he's probably planning the other rook. To be played to d1. Still not that pleasant of a position.
Not at all, no.
White has so many different ideas here.
Also, is the camera frozen or are they both really, really still?
That's a...
No, this has to be frozen, right?
Yeah.
I was impressed with the level of focus there.
But just for a bit, yeah.
Oh,
no, but look.
The opponent's not moving, though. Maybe the camera wasn't frozen. They're just... This is impressive.
Right.
It's not looking at the board at all. I don't know. But yeah, Kolla's in some trouble here. Not big trouble yet, but slightly unpleasant to play. White's position is easier. Rook d1. There's plenty you mentioned. Queen g2, f4, f5 is still there.
Yeah.
What can black do? d5 you want to play, but I guess you can't. Just take it even.
Yeah, like, and usually if you take risk, at least you have to have a scenario how, let's say, things are going good for you. And here, it's actually hard to, like, okay, if it doesn't involve white blundering a heavy piece in one move, like, if white is just being risible, you go rook a to d1, they'll give you everything is centralized, and you have all the idea. Okay, I mean, you have the aggressive queen g2, f4, but if I'm a bit of a chicken, which I am, like queen f4, f2, f3. And it's so solid. I mean, it's so solid. And then you have this knight f1s, knight e3s, and such. Yeah, so white has the control over the position.
Yeah,
so that is...
You don't want uncompensated risk, as we call it, in the stock game, where at least you want some good risk-reward ratio, right? If the guy doesn't find the move, you're better or something. But here, the guy didn't find the move and you're still worse, so that's just, it's just bad.
If your range is being worse or much worse, right, then it's like, it's not ideal risk-reward scenario.
All right, let's switch to the board next to Kollars, and there we see Pranav, one of the rising Indian stars, the man from Bangalore, born in 2006. He's not even 20 yet.
Wow.
But already a very strong player, putting what looks like a lot of pressure here against Alaeddin Buren. Yeah, this just looks unpleasant. Queen went to b3, hits the pawn. What can you do, I guess? Castle, maybe? The problem is also this horsey here.
The horsey on h5, I think, I want to mention, I'm not sure if I'm right, but I think that's this e3 system against the Slav with some moves transposition. And for whatever reason, Vladimir Malachov comes to mind. I mean, the guy who played tons of this, like 2 bishops controlling the game, and eventually the knight from h5. Like, I think ideally you want to go rook g1, f4 if you have like all the time in the world, and then the knight pretty much never comes back. Never comes back into the game. Yeah, castle. Yeah, I guess castle long. Otherwise, what do you even do?
Yeah, I could play a rook to b8 or something, but it's just unpleasant because there's no good way for black to open the position. e5, c5 are off the table. Usually the plan is d takes c4 and then play c5 1,000 moves later, or e5, but all of those look bad. So,
yeah, so
Pranav.
Seems like the opening went exceptionally well for Pranav.
Yeah, the world junior champion the reigning world junior champion, is he, in 2025?
I think he is, yeah. So that is... From the graphic that we've seen at the beginning of the second hour, so he is the one qualified from under 20 World Championship, right? So,
I was confused. Did it say the one from 2024? Or I never know how the rules are.
This one's tricky, yeah. Like,
it's probably.
I think some of them you become the world champion, junior world champion, and immediately you play the World Cup this year. Sometimes it's sometimes you have to wait.
It's always messy with these things when the World Cup is every 2 years, but the other thing is every year. Anyway, he's good at chess. That might be
he's good at chess. That's absolutely fair.
Switch to another Indian player. This is a rare case where we see the underdog having decent position, at least at first sight. Raunak Sadhvani with the white piece against Daniel Barish, and I'm bullish about Barish's position. Thank you.
Oh wow, that is a nice way of putting it. What was the opening like? It was.
No idea.
It was a Caro-Kann with 3c5, which I have very vague knowledge about. Knight takes knight c6. And moreover, the exchange on c6, like, which puts me. So we went full scale, like a Caro-Kann, then
this looks
Frenchy
like
thing, and then this one is a Polson Sicilian, precisely, type
kind
thing.
of stuff. But Black is doing logical stuff. A5, bishop a6, trying to get rid of his quote-unquote bad bishop. And here I'm a bit surprised Raunak, so of course a super strong player, didn't play c4, which to me looks natural to
you'd
leave
expect
this
it
bishop
to
on
be
board.
the move here. Yeah, c4, and moreover sometimes like c4, queen a4, make
queen goes
Black's life uncomfortable here. Queen e2 feels like playing into it a bit too much.
Feels a little meek.
The
To
three-
a4. Bishop e3.
Knight f5, letting Black take. e4, bishop e7, exchanged on d5, went.
Here, I mean, the hand wants to play queen takes d5. No, you played e takes d, which also looks fine. But queen takes d5 looks so natural.
Yeah, true that. Queen d5.
It
So
is
the only
right.
reason I could is queen e. Nah, queen e4. I thought queen e4, but it cannot possibly be any problematic.
And
You just trade the
takes
queens,
or
right?
just castle. Yeah, like everything looks good.
So yeah, queen takes was like, if I ask the compy, both queen takes and e takes are kind of in
Compy's happy with
Black's
either, yeah?
favor, but queen takes there is nothing much. Like compy suggests go d4 and just play this position, but Black is better in both cases. Now after d4, Black's kind of problems, should I call them problems? Black's position is good, but he has to be very precise. And now you have to react with c4, which I imagine
looks
strikes
logical,
as a very logical move, but also like when you don't have pressure on d4 anymore, pawn pressure, then you start envisioning some sort of knight move and attacks on the king potentially. I'm not even sure what you play with white. Like e6 is the only thing I can think, like an immediate attempt to create something, but it's silly, right?
I thought b3. Does it make any
b3
sense?
b3 makes
Try
sense.
to break it up. But
So b3
maybe it's bad. Maybe.
as my e6, but yeah, like we are speaking about logical moves, not necessarily
Problem is if you let Black
necessarily the
develop,
good
let's
moves.
just say queen goes here and castles, and Black is just better than this. So I'm trying to do something quickly, but maybe you can take and now say, congratulations, you open the c file, but I have this passed a pawn, the check. The queen just goes here.
Yeah, and I guess that's what you do. And following the kind of the engine recommendations, all of these lines, and it gives me the answer to what to do after e6. You always just ignore it. Like if white was to play e6 in this position, you just castle.
Just castle. You don't
just
play
castle.
f6 or anything.
Now, f6, b3,
Then b3 is strong.
and then queen b5 check is an annoyance,
there's no more
so you
moves.
cannot take.
So you should castle.
Yeah, e6, and then you castle, and then there is not much white can do. Yeah, takes, and then knight e5, you trade the rooks.
Now we stabilize.
And
yeah,
I'm
looks
looking-
nice for Black.
And interestingly, yes, like castle is the only move in that moment, but all the rest, like Black has the strong move and a 2-3 decent alternative. So it's not like Black is under pressure. It's not like you're, say, trying to muddy the water and make them play like very precise. Yeah, like castle is perhaps the only like move which is needed to find, but also it's quite natural. You try to take the pawn on e6, you understand it's super dangerous, and then next move, next thing you consider is castle.
Yeah, Raunak,
Daniel
very
Barish.
strong grandmaster, was part of the Indian Olympic team when they won, I think, the bronze medal called India 2 back then, which the India 2 team was Gukesh, Pragnananda, Nihal and Raunak. Was not a very pleasant second team to face in the last round.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. Yeah, India too.
Yeah.
Now you have the world champion. Yeah, one of the top 10, top 5 Prague. Yeah.
Yeah, Nihal also recently broke 2,700. No, just so many great players. And Raunak doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
Not sure what he's doing, but it does not look like.
Yeah, C4's on the board, C4 on the board, and now he has to decide. Yeah. It's not even like...
Usually the problem is you start calculating E6, you realize it's not great, you calculate B3, you realize also not great, and then you're back to square one.
Yeah, like
also
what's
come
your...
to nothing, because if you wait, castles, queen
Yeah,
B6.
what's your third move? It's... Yeah, like in some of these structures, like queen on G3 is threatening, but here you just spend queen F2, queen G3, and you don't threaten the thing, and your B2 starts hanging. Black, yeah, black
I
goes
just need
castle.
two moves, castle, queen B6,
yeah, castle,
and
queen
I'm
B6,
almost
that's
winning.
it, yeah.
Okay, so Raunak, he's not lost or anything, but in some trouble, which as the big favorite, he's 350 points higher rated.
Yeah, as we said, we are looking for potential upsets today, and this is definitely the game we'll be keeping an eye on.
Shall we look, if I find it, at the Edis Gurel Yefimov game? Where is that?
That's board 15.
Board 15,
yeah, I was just like checking this one. It's the funny thing is like you have some, some positions that are already won for one of the sides. You have some end games, I imagine, somewhere, and this is where not a single pawn has been traded.
Yeah, no, this is a standard,
like maneuvering chess,
slow semi-Slav or whatever you call this structure. It started out as the, as I call it, Vincent Keimer system, but now white went d4.
Making it, some...
I don't know. I'm sure this is subtle, and of course Yefimov is very experienced grandmaster. But rook c2, queen a1 is a bit too subtle for my taste.
Believe it or not, but apparently there was a game played like that. All until queen to e7. Peter Uch played it against Aloisi Jankovic in 2017.
Come on, Peter Uch. What is this move? Rook c2, queen a1?
Queen a1, yes. And so a4 is apparently an quote-unquote novelty because f to c1 was played in a above-mentioned game, which, does make some sense. But a4, in a way, you stop bishop a3, right? You prevent black from exchanging the...
a5
I don't
is
know
sometimes there, but the queen in the corner, I don't like it. Can black
played c5.
Open the position? I played c5 directly. I was thinking he takes in c5, like the queen is so far. Oh, yeah, c5 is very logical too.
So what happens if I take on d5? How does black react to it? Like if you just take with the e pawn, is it some sort of a...
This structure I normally like for white. I'm not sure how bad the queen on
Indian or something, right? So that you go rook f to c1 and then you just hover around and it's not that easy for them.
Potential knight b5, dc a5, we have some ideas. So my gut reaction, if possible at all, would always be to take with the knight.
So
just wondering if g7 is hanging or not.
So if I'm trying to take on d5 again, you take with the bishop, I guess, and then g7 is
c5.
Kind of hanging, but also...
b3s as well, so... What's going on? Knight takes?
Knight takes, and if I attempt to take g7, then I resign after knight takes b3. Plain and simple, I lose material. So right, so there is no here. Bishop g7.
Yeah, takes.
Yep.
Okay, some calculating, but nothing that is out of Edis Gurel's wheelhouse. And yeah, if there's nothing direct, I still don't really trust the white setup. I'm sure it's not too bad or anything, but it looks like black is comfortable. I should mention, by the way, for the viewers, now that they can see me, I'm actually quite tall. 193. But what happens is, chair is supposed to be like this.
Yeah.
But if I keep sitting here for more than 30 seconds, my enormous weight, you can watch it in real time now, will drag this chair down. It's already happening. And I will end up where I started a minute ago. So we'll keep playing that game for a bit.
So if you're following the broadcast closely, you'd notice that Jan sometimes changes in height.
Oh yeah. Oh no, they took us away. This was too much drama.
Yeah, maybe it was too much drama. Maybe it's a reminder for us to remind our viewers. No, to remind our viewers like that. Okay, actually, we have to remind a few things. I believe. Of course, you're supposed to watch our entertaining show, but if you're not willing to, in the description of this video, you can find links to individual streams of your preferred board, and you can watch them.
Yeah, we should clarify, that's there's no commentary, there's no one annoying you. No. You can just watch the players if you want to focus on one game of your favorite player. Or if you're like me sometimes, let's say you're a Twitch streamer and you want to cover whatever Vincent Keimer's game, that's very useful to have that board on in the background. You can tell people about the reaction. So I actually think it's a great feature.
It's a great feature, of course, yes.
Because frankly, as entertaining as we are, often I just want to see a game and I don't want to hear all the nonsense. So it's actually nice, especially once all the top players join, to be able to just
precisely. You'll have your dedicated boards with the camera view of Gukesh and Prague and Divya and all of the stars participating in this tournament. Right. Something else, and of course, if you're watching us and you're not subscribed to the channel, you have a chance to fix it by subscribing to the channel and subscribe to FIDE social medias.
FIDE Chess on YouTube, you can subscribe to it?
Yes.
Can you like?
You can. Yes, you can like. You can turn notifications on.
Any complaints about the show, you write to yevgeny.miroshnichenko@fide.com.
But before
it's
that,
as it's pronounced.
Yeah, before that you have to be subscribed to the channel.
Right.
Before that you have to be subscribed. Anyway. Back to trying to find funny positions. Can we please go back to Gledura on board 8? Because he has, we've declared he has already won. Right? Remember this
he went
glorious attack. Yeah, and then he went knight e5 check.
He could have taken, which was good as well. This is what we studied, but he gave this check. And his point is, if takes, this is probably checkmate, right? Queen here.
Queen to f3, and you are getting some, like nice checkmate.
Checkmate.
Right. Yeah, that's a good one.
So black has to do what? Sacrifice the queen?
Yes, play queen takes queen.
This is also unpleasant.
Yes, it doesn't look that pleasant indeed.
I'm a chess grandmaster.
Right, so took on e5, black won d6, a desperate attempt to complete the development.
What's the body count? Black is also material down. Yeah, let's say I go somewhere, I don't know, queen f4, takes. Black only has a rook and a bishop.
Yeah, not
enough. Looks completely lost against the queen.
Yeah, not enough.
Lost.
But strangely, I wanted to find one line where black gets, I mean, doesn't work in the sense that black is getting compensation. You go queen e4, you run into a tempo, but then you can just like take on c6 and then take the bishop. No, white's completely winning.
Nah, it's just lost. Gledura. Looks comfortable. Trying to choose a square. But anything's good. I'm aimlessly clicking through the games here.
Adams, shall we look at Adams? Because remember we've checked briefly this Rui Lopez, the Spanish thingy.
Oh, what's going on here? Bishop takes h6.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened. And last move was bishop takes h6. I imagine h6 is not recommended, right? So d5, the line that you've mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned this, and I was recalling. I think in the old days I wanted bishop takes b3 and then d5, which I thought was clean. Adams went d5 directly, maybe trying to keep it a bit more complex.
Yeah. So after this knight e4, d4, queen e4, I think, yeah, first time I've seen something like that was Peter Swidler's game, and against possibly Anand or something. And I was like, back then I didn't understand much about this position. I was so surprised that black basically gives away the pawn, then trades the queens, and it has no problem whatsoever.
But here he has some problems. No, something's gone wrong. I'm not sure what, but he...
So bishop takes, pawn takes.
Rook to e7 is strange.
Rook e7 is really strange because he could have...
Is that... No, that's a board malfunction if you look at the further board. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. No, he took on e5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he took on e5.
So
they've traded on e5. So that's in reality what happened. They've traded on e5. White went bishop to h6. It's a bit of a cheapo. Yes, if you take back, it's a check on g4.
Yeah,
but black doesn't have to do it.
You could take here or play some other move. Let's say takes.
I believe, well, it should be round equal, but like knowing Mickey, he will still find a way to trick his opponent.
Just showing one random trick and then...
No, this one's a... Is it a checkmate? No.
Well, we win the queen.
Ah.
Okay, this is not going to happen. Looks like it's an equal position. Both sides have stuff to think about. But we will switch to Katie to tell us what we've missed on the other board. Katie, what do you got?
Guys, I heard you wanted some funny positions, so here I have board 59. We have both grandmasters with white pieces. We do have grandmaster from Venezuela, Roberto Garcia, and with black pieces we have Indian grandmaster Kartin. And here we have move knight to g5. And yeah, and what's the name of this term? Like, we have a term for this sacrifice. Can you?
Is there a term for it? I don't know it.
Mira?
No, I have no idea.
Hanging knight.
Hanging knight.
Hanging knight. It's a knight sacrifice, Jan. We sacrifice the knight. That's why it's called the knight sacrifice, right?
But I don't know this topic. Maybe with the rook on h1 it would be more common, but no.
No.
What does it tell us?
Okay, our viewers know everything, especially this kind of terms and the tricks. You guys let us know in the comment right after you subscribe the channel.
You gotta subscribe to comment.
Yeah, otherwise you cannot comment. Anyway, black is thinking here. And let's see what happens after pawn takes the knight. Pawn takes the pawn back. We have now open h-file. g6 seems to be the natural move, with idea to play king g7 and rook to h8 to control the h-file, right? So we go here, rook to h1. We have king g7. We just follow this. We get the queen into the game. Queen to f3. Rook goes to h8. And now there is a beautiful tactic and leads us to the checkmate. You guys, can you guess what is it?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Queen f6, does that work?
Queen f6 is a fantastic move.
Very
queen sacrifice takes. King has to go on g8 now. So now we take here. King takes. Another rook gets into the game. We basically have only last two pieces on the board. With white, king goes here. And the final one, how do we checkmate here?
I know.
Go ahead.
Bishop h6 and then bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Very funny. White has time for this.
Yeah. I'm also amazed, like how, let's say, how unfortunate black pieces are, because like anything, like you move the queen any square, like one square away, and there should be a defense. Yeah, but here
it's impossible. You have queen, you have rook, you have knight. Of course, a lot of pawns, but there is
Bishop
no
G7. There is no stopping
single
Bishop G7.
way. You just stop those two pieces.
Bishop G7, rook H8.
It's pretty beautiful checkmate we might have on the board. So we have knight to G5, and I just see the move right now. To be fair, in that line, it was possible to save for black. So after taking here, we have G6, rook goes here, king can go here, and after queen goes to F3, now it's time to give this piece back. And in the same line, look, this is really funny. It's not going to work because after taking here, king goes over here. We have absolutely the same position, but now there is no checkmate. We are not on time because black has d4, and you have queen to d5, and you give back everything to white, and in the end, you're going to just have,
What's going on after f3? Why is it no checkmate?
Because then we do have...
I'm sorry, but I think the check has to be given from C6. From C6.
Okay,
so it stops F3. And okay, it doesn't stop F3, but basically you have queen C2 check.
So after this, my
C2
bad.
check.
I placed the queen in the wrong spot. But this is the way how black could save this position. But you know what? After thinking for a long time, black here decided to play G6. This is not the best move here. Black had to take this knight and then to play G6 and the line that I showed. And here we have this position, and I would expect to have a lot of very interesting scenario in this position.
Yeah. What should white do? You can't sacrifice anything, or can you?
You can basically just also go to H1, wait.
H1, or maybe just drop the knight back, because
that's not H3 or knight F3.
That's a fair point. Then you have.
Yeah, looks very pleasant for white. This type of scenario. Yeah, you already have the king on G2. You're threatening this H4, H5 very often. Yeah, looks.
Yeah. And you guys, I have a final question to you. We have this line, very beautiful line, and it requires really deep calculation, right? What chess players who are just starting right now should do to have a precise and a proper calculation when they come to the game to just, play the best moves? Jan, what's your advice?
I have no idea, I guess. The common advice is whatever. Solve tactics, exercises, blah, blah, blah. My advice is lose blitz games, and then you get really upset because you lost, and then you'll calculate more in the next game, and at some point maybe something sticks, because it's pattern recognition, how you train it, you don't really know. I'm sure the common wisdom to solve tactics, exercises, be disciplined and so on is fine, but there are so many super strong players who never did it, because we don't really know how the brain puts it together, which is the tough part. In chess, there's never one recipe, but I've always hated tactics exercise. I try to do it once in a while.
Practice.
I can't do it yet, just play.
Yeah. Miro, what about your advice?
Yeah, like again, I could give you my background, which was indeed like solving a lot of tactics from the old Soviet books and so on. But I imagine like the proper advice would be curious and look at stuff. And then eventually you figure out like what works for you. Yeah, like the more of this, like I guess like for this particular example, knight G5 and bishop G7, like the way how quickly Jan recognizes it, like, means he knows the pattern, right? So you have to know pattern from somewhere. If you just try to calculate everything, it doesn't work because it's too much. So you have to get those patterns from somewhere, and then whichever method works for you. Maybe you're analyzing one-on-one with Stockfish and you remember everything, and you're the next world champion.
Yeah, well, that's it for now. We have pawn on G6, and that's the current position.
Thank you so much. That was a very beautiful line. This bishop H6, bishop G7 is so funny that it works. Thanks a lot, Katie. And we'll be going on a brief break. I will readjust my chair. Actually do it now.
To become taller. Yeah. Nicely
and we'll be
done.
back in a couple minutes with round one of the FIDE World Cup.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events. A knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place, and that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player one step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, one match at a time.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
And we're back with round number one, day number one of the FIDE World Cup 2025. And we have to go to a game of somebody who already won a FIDE World Cup 2025, which I know sounds a bit confusing, but the Women's World Cup was already held this year. The winner was India's Divya Deshmukh. Let's go to her game.
Yeah, so on board 35, she plays with the white pieces and apparently is in a bit of trouble against
Kourkoulos-Arditis, strong Greek grandmaster.
Grandmaster from Greece. What can we say? Like, yeah, my very first assessment of this position is like more pawns, more better. Like black is a pawn up. But how did it happen? It was
a sharp opening, some Nimzo Indian, where you provoke this doubling of the pawns and try to occupy the center, get an attack. Some theory debate here. Kourkoulos-Arditis plays the typical plan, trying to attack the pawn on c4 as quickly as possible. I'm sure that did not catch Divya by surprise. She sacrificed it. Takes, and pawn to f5. White is trying to generate an attack here. Bishop here, knight here.
f5, correct. e5, and
close.
maybe taking on e5 is something that shouldn't have been done.
Yeah, she played queen here, which is all right.
Queen e2 is okay,
b5, but now this move looks very strange, no? Because you allow black to go queen b6 with check.
Yeah.
So it feels like here, maybe? What's going on here?
Yeah, so bishop g5 here, or even on the previous move with the queen on d1, should have been played. Yeah, bishop g5, and usually this spin is very annoying. Doesn't matter what computer says. Like when you're facing it with black, and you can't really. Yeah, because say moving the queen here. Let's say I'm trying to go queen b6, and then you take on f6, queen d4. Check, king goes. I take on f6, and I guess some combination of queen check and knight h5 should be devastating.
This looks bad, yeah. Check. Yeah. King goes. This threatens checkmate. Rook here. Queen goes away. The white attack should just be too strong. It's not like black had to do it, but I think with white, yeah, she had to try this and at least make black defend a little. Right. I don't know what black should play here. I don't know, g5, e takes d4. There are many options, but this looks sharp. Well, what she did...
d takes, d takes. Now, anytime you go bishop g5, there is a check, and you unpin with a tempo, and black's totally fine. So rook b1, rook to b8.
Rook b1 already feels a bit off topic, no? Like attacking the pawn. Okay, rook b8.
Yeah, like maybe you lift it to the third rank and hope that somewhere like it matters, like rook b3, and then shift the rook to h3 to do, and you know.
It's all very far-fetched. Well, the black pieces just come out, queen b6, check, rook ft8. No, she took a lot of risk here, which is what we talked about earlier with white if you're the slight underdog, which Divya is by rating. Do you go for a sharp game or you try to play solid? She went for a sharp game. The problem is if you lose this, now you're in a must-win with black against a stronger opponent, which is, of course,
that is very, very
not
tough.
A great spot to be in. So it might look, I hope this is correct, but I think she's the only female participant, and it doesn't look great for her chances to make it out of the first round right now.
Yeah.
Divya here, in deep thought, became a grandmaster in 2025, like the Open Grandmaster title, born in 2005 and had her biggest success, becoming India's 88th Grandmaster and winning the World Cup in this very year. But she has her work cut out for her today against Kourkoulos-Arditis, who's in control here.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's actually, the more I look at this position, it's hard to suggest something against.
I don't even
like
see
positive.
A plan. Like, I'm sure you don't lose directly, whatever, king h1 or h3, but it looks very sad. Long term, this extra pawn will matter. She played a move. She played king h1, naturally enough, trying not to run into any checks. Black could even play h6, no? Like just stopping this pin forever.
Yeah, like so that bishop g5 never happens. And again, if you're trying all of this, like knight h5 stuff, it's way too slow, right?
Yeah.
Knight h5, I was wondering, like, if you take, go queen d3, I guess you allow bishop h6, right? Because queen d3 would be a funny double attack, but you allow bishop takes h6.
Yeah, no, even blocking this is g4, is that a thing? The white king will also be weak, right? Like queen here. No, I don't really believe it. And queen to b6 is also, sorry, pawn to h6 is also not forced. You can also play queen to b6.
Yeah, so Divya is in quite a bit of trouble. Yeah. But we were advised to move to board 1. I imagine this can be over.
This should be over soon. Yeah, this already felt like it wasn't going well for white. So we've seen after h4, rook here, g3, and knight to e5 tactics. Sacrifice of a piece, but I'm sure he's calculated everything. Takes.
Queen takes pawn, bishop e6.
Trying to
queen e4 and f5.
Separate the queen from the bishop, and the problem is, after the queen ends up here, the story continues. Bishop here hits the rook, and also threatens a little check. And you just resign, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like everything's hanging, and you can't really.
Yes, looks bored. He knows he's winning.
Right, and sometimes in this type of scenarios, you'd be able to, let's say, sacrifice, like lose the queen for the rook and still be somewhat okay-ish, but not here. Okay, if you castle short and black goes knight f3, you have to take the knight. Because
I guess it's still the best you can do, but it looks pretty sad.
That's awful. Yeah, it's absolutely awful.
Because white is also still behind in development. Black has the queen against, what is it?
2 horses. It's not
two horses, yeah.
Not enough.
Just not enough.
Definitely not enough.
Also, this horse is still on b1, so it's literally a slow horse. Yeah, this is just lost. Easy day at the office
for Kaan. Yep.
What's happening on board number 2? My favorite player, Yiheng Li, is he still hanging in there? He is.
He is. Well.
Oh, he's staring down Jeffery Xiong.
Wow. So now from this camera angle, I understand how dangerous Jeffery's opponent is. Like, I'd be terrified. So what was... Last time we've seen it was around like
Queen
Queen
F2. Seen something like this, King B1,
Queen
pieces come out, Bishop
Knight
comes
E5, Bishop takes, Rook takes, Bishop F6.
Black is doing well.
Yeah, and the more I look at it, like there is also the long diagonal, you know. So, like if we somehow manage Queen in front of a Bishop on a long diagonal, that looks good.
No, the knight can jump.
The knight jumps to g5. The bishop on g2 is not your ideal piece. So a lot of questions. A lot of questions to...
I don't know, yeah, the theory, but looks like just he's a strong, mature player. No, he fought for the squares, made normal moves, knew his opening.
Yeah,
this is a tough out.
That looks like in comparison, right? On board 1.
Yeah, this looks
like effortlessly 15 moves, game over. Here, like your opponent plays, you play with white, your opponent plays 15 up to 20 moves of theory, holds well, and now possibly even has slightly better position with black. So speaking of, let's say, chess not having any luck involved.
These people play, about who you get in the first round. You're not happy if you see it's a, 14-year-old kid who's 3,000 in blitz. You prefer this slightly more established player, right? Bishop to d4, played by Jeffery. Yeah, he's also worried about the long diagonal, understandably.
Right, and then...
I guess you take and put the horsey here.
You can take on g5, you might actually... Can he go... this I'm never sure, but like bishop e5... I mean, I'd be very happy with this, like at a positional move, but I'm dropping the h4 pawn. Yeah, I thought bishop e5, knight f6, you know, but yeah, bishop takes, rook takes, queen h4. I'm not sure how, say, if this one's any good.
Some counterplay, but yeah, that's too deep.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do it. Even though, like now that I'm looking at knight f8, g6, f4, I understand how, like why black would have some sort of compensation. But yeah, again, you don't have to.
No, it's clever, but
you'll just like take on d4 and again knight g5, a lot of jumping. But basically, like in that line we were dropping the h4 pawn. Now if we take on d4 and let's say somehow we drop the d6 pawn, it feels like black will always have some sort of compensation, right? Even if let's say somehow d6
pawn is weak, and even if we get whatever 96, 3-5, knight f4
again,
some play.
Yeah. So right, it's a totally different scenario compared to board one. Speaking of different scenarios and so on, we never touched, I think, or we did briefly, Maxim Rodshtein's game on board 3. Because I thought it was quite an interesting opening. That now I think he does extremely well.
Looks like he's in control, so the white queen is attacked, so is this rook, but once the queen moves, you can take, no?
White will just lose the d2 pawn, it seems, right?
Yeah, no.
It's not clear where.
This, we're pawn up, we have this square.
Yeah, knight on d4, queen on g6 or h5, yeah, this looks quite grim for the player with the white pieces.
Oscar's in trouble. Let's continue our tour. Vladislav, he did hurt him. And this is over. Yeah, the writing was on the wall after the opening.
Artemiev is completely winning.
This is funny, because the queen is trapped, but black has some sort of tactic, like knight takes e5, counter-attacking. Problem is it doesn't save him at all, even just
you could do stuff. I mean, you can take and be a piece up, you can maybe go queen a8 and win, like win more type of thing. Yeah.
No, I should.
Somehow, Artemiev.
Okay, this was, outclass his opponent, no. No giant surprise there, and here, you could also.
But Mickey Adams on a very next board 5, I don't think he's winning today's game. Man, like after Mickey's last move, queen e2, if you want a draw, like if you cynically want to draw, you exchange and you go bishop e3.
But do you get your cynical draw there? I'm not sure.
Or it's way too cynical. That the rook behind the passed pawn is like it's not the cynical draw, right?
No, but what I'm saying.
Yeah, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook b2, rook a6, rook b3. I mean, yeah. No, I mean you either do or you don't. Like to me, it does seem like an easy draw, but I might be. Too spoiled with the Soviet chess school. So I'm thinking
maybe for you it is.
Just put the rook on b6 and
I would lose this to Mickey.
To Mickey, yeah, that's a good argument. Your opponent is Mickey Adams. Yeah.
No, I understand this is a draw and probably not that tough, but I would still bet on Mickey, like grinding this up.
How did we lose the e3 pawn? Do we speak the same position? So queen e2.
Maybe we're talking about a different line. So I was saying queen e2 takes, and I thought you want to go bishop
took on e3 everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I was silly. Yeah, of course.
Rook b2
of course you take on e3. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, of course you take on e3, and then when I take and you take b3. Yeah,
I mean this is a draw, but
this is a draw, but it is annoying. Yeah, fair point. No, you don't go bishop e3. But okay, let me find another cynical draw. So I'm exchanging, and what do I do? Yeah, maybe there is no way to a cynical draw.
No, I was wondering, takes, if you can take on a6, but then rook takes f2.
Yeah, like rook takes f2 is
looks
very
a bit scary.
Annoying.
I don't know if you have some clever move. But bishop d6, rook f6, yeah?
You do have b4, maybe? b4, bishop d4, I guess. And yeah, that's as tricky as it gets, because
yeah, all my tricky moves is always rook f6.
Yeah, but now you have a check, king h7, and bishop e5, and this is how you...
Maybe this is the way to...
This is how you... Oh, well...
Make your cynical draw, but even
in a way, man, in a way it's similar, because rook d2, you have to trade, and you are one tempo kind of behind in the same sequence, but you will take b4, and I'll have a choice to go passive with the rook or put the rook behind and be a pawn down.
Yeah, it's still not fun. Maybe it's a better version, but yeah, a lot of precision is needed. Like probably you have to go.
Yeah, okay. This one's good.
Play b3,
this one's good. But that's why he sold the spider. That's why he called the spider, because
the web is there.
It gives you this impression. Okay, it gave me this impression that okay, I mean, trade the queens, trade everything, make a draw, and this is what Mickey's waiting for.
Okay, we will continue in board order, looking for the upset, but no, Nils is doing well.
Your chair's not doing well.
Chair is in trouble.
Right. So anybody with like higher rating and in trouble? Well, color's not in trouble anymore. Somehow white.
He got out.
Yeah, he got out. He's not better yet, but he might as well turn this one around.
Sort of stabilized, so yeah, he should.
Yeah, now he has this potential of like starting getting rid of the b pawns, like b4, and then one more time b4. Pranav was in a bit of trouble, I remember. Can we get...
No, Pranav was,
I don't know. He wasn't. No.
Now he's not sure if he's still crushing.
He was. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But there was somebody. No, I'm probably confusing. But
Raunak wasn't.
Raunak was in trouble. Yeah.
Is he still at some end game? What is this? He's a pawn down. He's in some trouble.
He's in some trouble, but maybe kind of less so.
Let's see what he did. We talked about this position, and we didn't like any of the white choices.
So he
played slowly.
Queen e3, Queen g6.
Lost.
Black was completely winning, dominating. Rook c1, and then, wow.
Bishop g5. I don't know if this is the cleanest, but it looks good.
Like apparently a3 was very strong.
Also
a3
extremely good.
Yeah, a3, and then if you go b3, for instance, then there is bishop g5, queen moves.
Now even c takes b.
And then you take c takes b. So you keep the bishop, you get the a3 pawn passer. Yeah, that's absolutely crushing. So you went bishop g5, which doesn't look silly either. Queen c3, queen d3. Queen takes, pawn takes. Yeah, maybe.
He just saw a way to win a pawn, but maybe he sold his position a little short.
Yep.
So now, I mean, he's still better, but it feels like...
Yeah, white's consolidating.
Takes, pawn takes. The knight on f3 is stable now. I think you
can envision the world where, say, b and d pawns exchange, and then you have 3 versus 2, and you cannot win it somehow. Yeah.
No, still great showing by Daniel.
Bearish. But we are no longer that bullish.
No, we're also not bearish, but
we're not bearish.
Drawish.
It's a bit drawish.
We've seen Frederik Swane winning by default. Apparently his opponent arrived, I guess, to the airport half an hour before the game and didn't make it, which is unfortunate, but nothing Frederik could do, like I was told.
Yeah.
Or Ketty told us Frederik seemed upset. Maybe he asked for the game to be played, I don't know. But rules are rules. You gotta be here at 3 p.m.
Or at least by 3:15. Yeah.
Artemiev won his game. Yeah, no surprise there. The opponent resigned.
So now we are getting more and more results, I imagine, or will be getting more results. Yeah.
Yeah.
Demyev wins comfortably.
He's adjusting the chair, something I'm very familiar with, and he's leaving. Important to sign your score sheets. Then, I don't know what the rules are, but normally, yeah, they want you to sign your score sheet and then get out of there. I don't know if the players are allowed to roam in the playing hall once the games are over, but normally you're not supposed to.
I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Well, again, something to, or somebody rather, to bring up to mention that Vasily Ivanchuk is playing in this tournament.
Where is he? Which board?
He's on board 33. Well, you would expect him to join from day in 2, but yeah, now he brought his rating all the way down to 2616, which is still higher than my rating. But
same here. I brought my rating all the way down even further at a much younger age. Then again, he was world number 2 and is an absolute legend.
Yeah, he is an absolute legend, and he has. I think he has a big advantage with black, it looks like.
Looks nice. You get the bishops. Do you give one of the bishops up? I like this bishop so much.
Yeah, but you're to move. Can you just like somehow? So what does white want? I guess take on e6 would be the answer, right? So like queen, move the queen.
Yeah, maybe just this. DE doesn't scare us, right? FE. This is a dream for a, whatever, Slav, semi-Slav player with all these pieces.
Yeah, and then your horsey goes to c5 and all of those like known motifs.
Also, we should mention black is a pawn up.
Yeah. Knight e4 and then, yeah, well, maybe after knight e4 you have to be a bit careful, but like bishop d5 is there, and even if I take. Let's say I take on e4 and I go some rook c8. How bad can it be for black? It can't be
very good for black, of course.
It can't be bad.
Now Ivanchuk doing well here against Rahman.
Yeah. So if I take rook c8, queen to b7. Queen to b7, I'll have to move the rook again. Maybe rook c8.
Well, yeah,
maybe it wasn't the most clever, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I can go rook d8 now. Anyway.
Gave some pawns back, but black is still doing well. Sorry, this is completely random stuff. This is how the game will end.
It's completely random, but also that's a prophecy, right?
No, Ivanchuk is in great shape. He has many options in the life position. He could also just take here if he wants more clarity. Take here, take here.
Take on d5 and queen g7, queen f6. Yeah. To be fair, like if you have this option, maybe you just go for it. Because yes, other stuff is kind of maybe more promising, but that's a winning endgame pawn up. Like,
yeah, I don't know if white has Zwischenzug, d takes e6, but it's also...
Yeah, like
everything's sad.
d6, fe6, yeah, but then queen 3 you have again maybe queen f6 moves or just castle and.
No, Ivanchuk should win this. What's he looking at? Oh, now
he could be looking at the
deep
position like 30 moves from now, as we all know.
Yeah. Not sure there will be a position 30 moves from now.
It might as well not be.
There we see Faustino Oro. There he was with the red glasses checking in on Ivanchuk. Where's Faustino at?
That's a good question. Let me see if I can find him, and I'll tell you he's playing against Burkic. Ante Burkic against Faustino Oro on board 60, all the way down.
All the way down.
And that's some end game. That's some.
What is this?
It's the Kaan. So don't expect me to know anything about this position.
Me neither. At some sideline, C3 looks like a bit of freestyling, or to me at least. Brkic normally very well prepared, very solid, not the type to just freestyle. So maybe he knew what's going on here. It's all way too complicated for me. But yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't look too bad for black, does it? We have the d5 square for the knight.
Yeah, the resulting...
knight here, king on e6.
Yeah, I want to say, like, I can easily see how black gets a better position.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
if you're not energetic enough with white, like especially like if king,
white
like,
something.
if king gets on e6, and yes, if anything, you have to be a bit careful with white.
Yeah. Faustino Oro.
Yeah, but these are like much tougher pairings, right? People say Brkic 25.79 and Faustino Oro is just 5 points shy of 2,500, 24.95.
Yeah, but we should mention Faustino Oro was born in 2013. So
wait, 13.
13.
13.
Yeah, he's what?
2013.
11, 12. He became an international master at age 10, right? Wasn't he? Wasn't he the youngest ever?
Yeah, I think that was the case. But now he almost has a grandmaster rating. I think I've read of him scoring a gnome of a grandmaster. Not so long ago.
I heard that too. And he recently won a bullet game against Magnus Carlsen.
That counts for something as well.
Already very, very strong online player, like many of these kids. Also, I think he's a streamer or something. I know he has a big online following at the very least. So yeah,
nice.
He's gonna go places.
And you know, I want to touch specifically on this bullet game win, because even some 10 years ago, you'd say, oh, okay, somebody lost 1 minute game on internet to somebody, and what does it matter? Until you try to beat Magnus with 1 minute on the clock out of 100 games, and you realize, no, that's not happening. So it's actually a skill. Yeah. It's not...
I won one Title Tuesday game against Magnus recently, and I've been bragging ever since, as I keep doing now. So yeah, to win any game anywhere against Magnus.
Yeah, I'd probably add, like, if I ever won at rock paper scissors against Magnus, I would put it on my CV as well.
He normally goes for rock, but even then he's very good with the rock.
He goes for that rock that doesn't lose the paper. Right?
Yeah. Poor Magnus, he always chooses rock. But yeah, Faustino Oro, of course, he'll go places. This tournament, I would guess, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, comes early for him for his big breakout story, even against Ante Brkic. He should be an underdog, Brkic. Very solid grandmaster, but so far he's doing very well.
2005, I remember... I think it's all started with Asmai Parashvili having an easy pairing, and then it was, say, Luke Van Veli having an easy pairing, this young Norwegian kid, and Magnus made it to like top 16 or something. So,
then again, you never think it's an easy pairing, right? If you play some 12-year-old to 2,500, you're warped.
Yeah, and, and back then, to be fair, that Magnus was already 15, so he was a parent. So I'm making stuff up a little bit, but all I'm saying, like with youngsters, you never know.
No, you do know. They'll get better. You just hope they won't get better during this match, so you're still okay.
Right.
Okay, what else is there? Some results, but nothing spectacular. Some draws on the quote-unquote lower boards where the rating differences are small to non-existent, like Bogner against Stremavicius is 2.552 versus 2.544. So no
draw sounds like a fair outcome.
Yeah, similar. And Subey against Kuibokarov, 2.532 versus 2.535. Yeah, some of these... Oh, sorry, I moved the board. Some of these matchups are just very even here in the first round, while some have 650 points differences. It's a bit of a peculiarity of this system where you pair strongest versus weakest, that in the middle, of course, players are of almost equal strength. But it will normally even out later during the event, because also if there's an upset, you take the spot of the player you beat, right? You're not getting into a pool where you're the weakest.
Right, yeah. So then you're facing
your victim.
Right. Yeah, I think a couple of rounds and it will all be like you can hardly find a match where you say, okay, this is guaranteed win.
No, in general, okay, of course, this first round is fun. You get to see some new faces, but my favorite stage of the World Cup is always last 32, last 16, last 8. You have a lot of top players battling, and you can see who's in shape and who's the surprise story and so on. So that's always, to me, the most exciting part. Like later, when it comes to who qualifies for the candidates, of course, top 3 will be very important. But these last 32, last 16, last 8, it's always the part where you get the most action, the most high-level encounters.
Yeah,
I'm clicking through the games here. Looks like Alexander Donchenko, another German, has his work cut out for him against FIDE master Bomo Lovett Kikiga. Big rating difference, but so far White is doing all right. Rook takes, knight takes, a3 is a bit soft. I would blunder this.
Oh,
No, I'm just randomly hanging pieces to entertain myself. Knight c3 was not forced. Yeah. There we see.
So you're gonna take
Donchenko.
Knight and then again knight f6.
All dressed up. What is the dress code here?
That's a good question. You're asking a person who was debating to show up in the studio wins the slippers.
Well, you were debating a tie and the suit jacket. I'm in violation of the dress code.
So I believe there is a dress code, but it shouldn't be that strict as it used to be.
But for example, what I'm wearing right now, I wouldn't be allowed, right? You need a shirt and long sleeves or not?
That's a very good question, seriously.
Someone has to find out.
Yeah, I think people in the chat...
We've had incidents in the history of this event with the short pants situation.
Yeah. That was back in 2017, I believe.
I don't recall. Also, I don't recall, was it Kovalyov? Yeah,
Kovalyov,
but I'm never sure which Kovalyov.
It was Canadian Kovalyov, for sure, and I think it was 2017. But yeah, I could be wrong as well.
But Magnus Carlsen, heroically, by wearing jeans, has softened the dress code for everybody now. So one of my peak topics, looks like white sneakers are finally allowed in chess tournaments. I'm not sure what the situation is with shirts, polo shirts. But Donchenko decided to be on the safe side there. The jacket, the white shirt.
Yeah, very
everything covered.
Smartly dressed. Right, so he went rook e8. He keeps more pieces on the board. I guess that's kind of a right thing to do, because even if, like, under some unfavored circumstances, you lose the a3 pawn, it's no big deal. I guess, for now, like, as long as you keep the queens on the board and you keep this, like, knight g4s, knight e4s tricks.
Yeah, that's what he will be fishing for. Well, let's say white goes rook b3, keeps an eye on this. Knight f6.
Say,
are there any tricks?
Horse to f6. Oh, well, in fact, horse to f6, queen c1, and Compi says, you know what? You've lost the pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
You've lost the pawn. So, yeah. And again, it brings us back to a topic of, like, taking risk, right? Because you could take risk from the opening, as we were discussing, like how bad of a line you're willing to play to confuse your opponent, or you can have some position like that, and clearly, like, you trade on b1, let's say, and you know you'll make a draw, but it's very likely that your opponent will also don't have enough room to error. Or you say keep the pieces, even though objectively it could be not the greatest idea.
Yeah, I think Donchenko is normally very comfortable taking risks. Not from the opening, as you said, but later on he will keep the ball in play. He trusts himself to be able to outplay the opponent. Of course, it can backfire, but also wins lots of games.
Yeah, I've kind of never actually had an experience in taking risks in the World Cup because I was eliminated in round 1. But in various open events, that's what you have to do. So you develop this sort of a habit that, with black, you still have to try, you still have to confuse. Sometimes playing like inferior would be a compliment to the lines that I was playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes you have to do that.
No, I was never comfortable with it, but mathematically it's obviously correct. If you win 3 times and you lose 1, you still did the right thing. It's very, very hard.
And once again, maybe again it's a discussion for day 2, but here everybody, I believe, everyone who's done serious preparation comes with those inferior lines in their pocket, because there is a potential scenario where you've lost first game with white. And then it's not about you taking risk, it's about you like having to play for like,
I think like when you're, let's say, you're a big favorite, you're preparing for a worst case scenario. I'm going to lose with white.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. But still, like you have to have at least like a plan. I don't think you have the lines written down that I will play this particular bad gambit. Right.
Yeah. I don't know, from my experience, normally people think that's such a bad spot. You deal with it when you end up there, but you try not to think about it. But still, it's an important skill, not just for here, but for playing any open tournament or league game against weaker players. And I'm not very good at it. Someone who's good at telling us what to do is Charlize, so we'll switch to her. She might have found a player to talk to. Let's see what is going on in the playing hall.
I'm here with Yagiz, Kaan, Erdogmus, who has started this tournament with a bang on board 1, winning a beautiful game. Tell us about it, Yagiz.
Yeah, I played French. He went for a solid line, which is ED5. And yeah, like I thought it's gonna be a long game. I will try to beat him in any game. But somehow he just started to play Queen F3, H4, G3. He started to play very aggressive. But I think he missed Knight E5, and after Knight E5, I mean, it's just losing, I think, because, okay, his pieces are not working. I will go Bishop G4, C6, like I have a lot of moves. Yeah, it was just easy game.
Easy game. Did you expect it to be this easy? What preparation did you go into for this first matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that it's going to be easy game, but I mean, of course, I prepared a lot. Yeah, because this E4, E6, actually, I didn't prepare before against this guy. I decided here, and yeah, and it's worked good. I get very good position out of the openings. Yeah, everything was okay, I think. Yeah.
This format is very interesting because the pairings of the players, you have someone that is much lower rated than you. Of course, you have to be careful with upsets of not underestimating them too much. Did you think about this at all in your preparation? Did you prepare as if it's any top player?
I mean, I couldn't understand the question.
Your preparation for this specific opponent, of course it was easy game for you, as you said, you know, it should be, you're the clear favorite. But when you prepare for an opponent like this, you also don't want to underestimate, right? That's how we see a lot of upsets in this tournament. So was your preparation as if you were playing any other top player?
Okay, I mean, I prepared very seriously, like, okay, he's weaker than me, but like I have to prepare, I have to play something. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah.
And you are, of course, not just the youngest grandmaster in this hall, but in the world currently. And I've been wanting to interview you and ask about your training regimen outside of tournaments, how hard you work on your chess.
Okay, before this tournament, we were in camp. We worked like 2 weeks yeah, we were working very hardly. Yeah, this tournament is very important for me, obviously. Yeah, like I'm working lots. Yeah.
What are your goals for this tournament, but also chess in general, as the young up-and-coming star of the world currently?
Yeah, in this tournament, like for candidates, it's a bit early, I think. I just want to play good chess, win some ELO, and that's my goal in this tournament. And yeah, in general, I want to become world champion, of course.
Well, thank you so much, Yagiz. Congrats on the amazing game today, and good luck for tomorrow and the rest.
Thank you, thank you.
There you have it, youngest grandmaster in the world making easy work on board one. And it turns out, even to be a prodigy, you still gotta put in the work. Like, you think he did his 10,000 hours of chess? Was in a camp for 2 weeks before this tournament. It's, yeah, very impressive to be that good at that age, the time he puts in.
No, but what amazes me is like he's so calm as well. Like,
so
okay,
mature, he's way maturer than
precisely,
me, and I'm not
like
14.
you know, like here he had a kind of easy walkover, but I remember us interviewing him after a couple different occasions at Grand Swiss. He draws good cash from, you know, absolutely lost position, escapes, and he comes in, yeah, I was in trouble, and then I got lucky, and so there was no excitement, like, I made the draw against world champion. You know, no, I could have lost, no, I didn't. Everything according to plan.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's different, but in general, I think that's probably a good thing for chess now. Never get too high, never get too low. He's focused on his improvement, putting in the work, and yeah, you live with the results. No, he's gonna go places.
Yeah.
How's his compatriot doing? The very old Gurel.
Very old. 16-year-old Gurel against Igor Yefimov. So, Queen in the corner, remember your remark.
Huh.
I remember your remark, the Queen in the corner was not impressing you. So now it's combined with the Bishop on D1, which I'm not sure I like it a lot.
All these pieces, it's not the pictures I saw in my textbooks, like Queen on A1, Bishop on D1, Rook on E2, Rook on F1.
Oh, it's interesting because I don't remember why. Originally, I think because of Ferretti maybe, but I really like Queen on A1. I think like it's a cool thing.
Yeah, no, it feels aesthetically pleasing. Rook C2, Queen A1, Rook FC1.
Yeah,
no,
very often it doesn't
far away from
do
the action
anything.
Often. Yeah, exactly. No, I also had that.
But first, like I remember, like first time doing it,
yeah,
like
it
double on the diagonal, you feel like a genius. But yeah, and we can be sure it's not the first time Yefimov doing anything in chess. Like the most experienced player here, the oldest player. Objectively, though, it does look like Black is taking over. I imagine.
Yeah,
like, it's just.
And also we should say, of course, it's fun to focus on the narrative of the age difference. There's not just an age difference, there's also a gigantic difference in rating and playing strength, no matter how old you are. This is a 2300 versus a 2650.
Yeah,
so it's not a surprise he's being outplayed.
Yeah, true that. And yeah, there's one particular line that the compy pretty much says Black is better in every possible way, but one particular line is just like you take and you go F6.
Yeah.
And that is like how you,
I
guess, how you highlight
pushing,
the whole battery. Yeah, the whole battery doesn't do much.
No, and there's C4, which looks very unpleasant.
C4 is very unpleasant indeed.
Takes, C3 is there, C takes B. Yeah, he's in some trouble. So good day, not too surprisingly, for Turkish youngsters.
Yep. Speaking of
Turkish youngsters.
No, not speaking of Turkish youngsters, but speaking of surprises and upsets. The very next game on board 16, Max Chigayev, the Spaniard,
against another veteran, Jacques Ilbilia.
He is in a world of trouble.
He's an exchange down?
Yes, I don't know how it happened. He
there
was
this
playing
funky
the
opening
funny
we saw,
line, yeah, the funny line, and apparently at some point he decided to get too funny.
So he was doing all right.
Yeah,
I think he missed
he went to
bishop
create
E2. Knight E3 was not the way, yeah? Like
bishop E4, yeah.
E3. I'm not sure. Looks like here he realized after rook takes, he can't move the rook because of rook takes E3. Or I guess he realized before, but something went wrong, yeah?
Wow.
The sad thing is even if you took here, black doesn't take here, but black takes here, right?
Ah, bishop to b7. Yeah, right. Like bishop b7, if black takes on f1, you probably get kind of a better version of this exchange down position. But you just drop, e3. So he went for rook f6, gf6, king f2 thingy.
This just wins.
And black goes b5, c takes a4. So he's trying to
limit material to survive.
For some sort of a fortress or something. But objectively, it shouldn't hold, I feel like. The bishop's quite silly on e2 now.
Yeah.
That's true.
Maybe he has some chances.
So takes.
This whole construction is so stable, even the pawn could go to h4. Not so obvious. Where black breaks.
What happens if you just... Okay, Compi doesn't show, so apparently there is a hole in it, but if you go rook c5 and then you want to go rook c2 and, you know, rook...
Let's say I go bishop e4.
Bishop e4, so I cannot go rook c2, right? Yeah. No, I thought the rook behind pass pawn again, so c1 maybe. Yeah, I guess I cannot win without the king, yeah. And the bishop on e2 is not doing much.
At some point, white gets active.
Knight e5, king e3, and might just run out of pawns, right?
Yeah. So maybe he's not lost yet, but certainly not.
Not enjoying.
What he was dreaming of.
Precisely.
Okay. Anything else on upset hunt, or are we going on break hunt? Can we both find the upsets during
the break? Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a good, solid plan.
Yeah. So, Robert Hovhannisyan, strong Armenian grandmaster. Also struggling slightly here, although it has to be said, with black against a 2-3-50 player, it's never easy, as I know from hundreds of games.
I don't think it's a shame anymore. Like you didn't win against 23,
you win some, you draw some.
Yeah. You can't really beat all of them. They're good.
Not all the time. Like you might still win, but it doesn't look like black is better here for now. Let's check some line. Here.
Yeah, there is obviously there is potential. And then you move to like.
I don't know what I'm trying to do, but just trying to get here, but it's not winning the game yet either. Okay, too far ahead, but for now it's roughly equal. There we see Hovhannisyan against Kevin Mohan. Where is he from? What's that flag? He's from Malaysia. Right.
Right. So, board 29.
29.
Our
1
friend
second. Let me see.
Salem.
Let me see Pranesh.
Yeah,
Pranav?
sure.
So
Pranesh.
Pranesh.
But Pranesh is winning, right?
Yeah, they're the same age, both born in 2016. Similar rating, so I always have to double check. Is this Pranav or Pranesh we're dealing in? But Pranesh is doing well. So where do you want to go? Board 29?
Board 29, because our friend Salem or Saleh from United Arab Emirates, he seems to be in the world of pain.
His king seems a little weak, isn't it?
A little too weak. A little... well, and I've seen we have some visitors, but obviously Obviously, Arkady Dvorkovich we've already seen, and Vishy Anand, who I've heard
legend
once played chess before becoming FIDE vice president.
There were like 8 world champion titles before FIDE vice presidency, so I'm not sure which counts more, but it's great to see Vishy Anand here in Goa. Of course, if there's one man responsible for all these fantastic Indian players and all this love we see here for chess, it is that
it all
gentleman.
started with Vishy Anand.
Great to see him around. And it's also great to have Katie back to update us on whatever we missed before going on break. Katie, what's happening?
I am here to update about the dress code, because earlier you were mentioning...
Can wear a polo shirt as a player?
You can wear a polo shirt as a commentator, but as a player you can't wear T-shirts. And there is in the regulation some of the strict rules, and the players will be informed in case of the violation of the rules. So basically what we have here is that the players can wear the suit and the business outfit, obviously. They can wear the sneakers. You had a question, but it should be only one color sneakers. And in case of a traditional outfit, we have Salem here, and he always wears a traditional outfit that should be approved by the arbiter. So yeah, we have that case. Yesterday I was attending the technical meeting with the players in the evening. So of course there was a question about the outfit and the dress code. So in the end of the presentation, or official presentation, the final sentence was, and jeans is allowed. So this is jeans is basically allowed here now at all the FIDE events. T-shirts are not allowed yet, and the sneakers are also allowed only in one color. So we had also one situation yesterday at the technical meeting. There was one player who had a bit of issue on his foot, and he had some injury, and he asked the chief arbiter if he can come here with open shoes, some kind of slippers, flip-flops. And in this case, when a person has a medical case issue, then arbiter approves that too.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's your excuse for the open shoes?
My excuse? I have a medical issue, and it will be hard to prove, but I only feel comfortable in the open shoes, and that's why that's my medical condition, you know.
No, yeah, you guys, what you prefer to wear as a player? Is there? Would you like to have some suit, more business casual look, or would you like to have sport outfit to feel more comfortable?
I think it depends a bit on the occasion.
On the tournament,
like if it's a close tournament with few players, then I think a suit or at least shirt and dress shoes are completely acceptable, and the organizer can just put it in the rules. If it's like a bigger thing where things are a bit looser with the playing hall and more people running around, I think it's fine to keep it a little more casual. Of course, we've all witnessed the jeans drama, and I've argued for white sneakers to be allowed in chess for a long time. But also, where I'm from, white sneakers, jeans and a polo shirt are a traditional outfit, so maybe I can get the arbiter to approve that.
That's our traditional.
You have to prove that.
National.
That's for centuries.
Yes.
No, but in general, I like the way they're handling it here. I think we all have the same goal. People should look decent, but still be comfortable. And of course, there will be some debates. But
and another thing that you guys had some conversation here about some jackets or hoodies. So basically, it is very difficult to have the room temperature, which is comfortable for everyone. Me personally, I don't like AC. I don't like when it's chill. So I always need to have some jacket or suits with me. Some players prefer to play only in shirts. So if you see someone with a hoodie or a shirt, it means that probably it's a bit chilly for this person. And in this case, I don't think the arbiters will actually interfere to play.
Hoodies is pushing it. Come on, guys. Get a suit jacket or something. Hoodie? No. Gotta draw the line somewhere. Anyway, thank you so much, Ketty, for the update. I'll go look at some players, check out their outfits, and we'll be back right after the break.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Coastal paradise, abundance of natural beauty, cultural richness, and delectable cuisine stands tall as one of the most sought-after destinations in the world. I am Goa. Golden sands and waves embrace the shoreline, where adventure awaits in thrilling water sport of every kind. Feel the rush as you surf, dive and sail. Goa's seas and beaches, an aquatic paradise unveiled. I am a thrilling delight for those who want a rush. Parasailing above, feeling weightless and free. Jet skiing, kayaking. From scuba diving to thrilling boat rides, Goa's adventure sports bring smiles far and wide. From adventure to chill, indulge in opulence at my luxurious retreats, where comfort and relaxation await in elegant suites. With chilling, the complete rejuvenation I offer by experience, my beachside meditations to holistic retreats. Detox your mind, body and soul anew. Amidst nature's beauty, find wellness in true sense. After mind to satisfy your taste bud, enjoy the flavors of Goan cuisine divine. With spices and herbs that perfectly align. From fiery curries to tangy fish curry rice, Goa's seafood delicacies are an absolute paradise. These are the part entire world is aware of. Now take me to part which is beyond beaches. Know me more. My monsoon are as satisfying as my other 2 seasons. When the monsoon clouds gather above, Goa's beauty transforms with rain's gentle love. Lush greenery emerges, a vibrant display. Rain-kissed beaches and cascading waterfalls, nature's symphony as the monsoon calls. Away from the city's noisy strife, find tranquility in the deep green jungle life. Fishing tours or crocodile sights, thrilling encounters, nature's delights. Alone or with loved ones, feel the green and let the freedom ring. In my heart of verdant embrace lies a mystical place, hinterland's grace. Where palm-fringed rivers gently flow, nature's splendor unfolds at every bend. As lush jungles and hills descend, tranquil villages hide amidst the green, rustic vibe yet to be seen. I offer a blend of comfort and local flavors. Homestays offer authentic cultural savors, from traditional meals to heartfelt stories. Goa's homestays create cherished memories. In the tranquil embrace of a Goan village, a warm welcome awaits, a gesture of homage. Experience the essence of Goan life, where you won't be welcomed as guest, but as my own. Experience my festivals, vibrant and grand. From Carnival's revelry to Shigmo's colorful band. Monsoon time mud and Chikalkalo's thrill. Sao Jiao's waters, a joyful and refreshing spill. Unveil my rich history. Witness civilizations spanning centuries. Explore my colonial legacy and the profound impact I had on the world. Embrace the unity of diverse cultures and religions, enamored by my charm. Experience the storytelling architecture in the delightful lanes. I am a divine pathway connecting souls to the Almighty, resonating in my renowned temples, bestowed with the name Dakshin Kashi. I am glorified as a religious destination too. In my scenic realm, digital nomads reside. Laptop in hand, they find inspiration anew, embracing the freedom with amazing view. I am called as paradise, but to make me a paradise, my government walks made some extraordinary efforts. With love for me, initiatives arise, caring for biodiversity, a precious prize. Preserving fragile ecosystems, a noble quest, creating a healthier world, for it is best. My roads and highways, a traveler's delight. Train connectivity, seamless and vast. With 2 airports and ships that sail, multiple ways to arrive without fail. With every stride, Goa's progress is strong. Under the leadership of Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant, respected Tourism Minister Shri Rohan Knute by their side, working tirelessly with clear vision of 360-degree development. There is a first-of-its-kind collaborative Dekho Apna Desh mission, launched by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. There is an incredible 25-year vision for my future in place. Economic and strategic ties with over 40 countries have been established. Goa's homestay policies foster warm hospitality and authentic experiences. Goa's caravan policy paves the way for adventure on wheels. Goa's integrated beach management policy ensures the preservation and sustainable development of its coastal treasures. Tourist safety in Goa is prioritized with dedicated measures in place, offering a secure and enjoyable experience throughout their stay. And then the movies. It's always rolling lights, camera and action here. For Goa is a hot favorite in the film fraternity, and not just in India, but across the world. My love, get that tan. Enjoy that drink. Dance till you drop. Go play in the water. Celebrate life. Have that night and promise me, when you go back, you will leave a part of you with me, and I will be with you forever. Come, find that happy face in the happy place.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup Day 1, the knockout event of the year, where we're looking for 3 qualifiers to complete the candidates tournament, but we're not there yet. First, this first round has to be concluded, then the big guns will join the action in round number 2. 3 days you will see the Gukeshis, Erigaisis, Hans Niemanns join the field. And today, Miro, we're 3 hours in. What's going on? Some results are pouring in?
Yeah, there are, of course, some results on top boards. There are, well, no surprises just yet, other than the chair.
The chair keeps surprising me. It's a surprise every time.
Yeah, well, one game that we were paying close attention to, Jeffery Xiong against Yiheng. I think Jeffery turns the situation around and finally made some progress, and maybe this is something that we should look at. But obviously, I mean, this fourth hour of the broadcast is one of the most exciting ones because time troubles. And time troubles, it can, like, anything can happen, and, well, this is like my superpower is to turn, you know, good positions into bad ones. That's not a unique superpower, I believe. Right, so we will see what happens there during this hour.
But in this Jeffery Xiong game, they're already at move 41. Did we miss the time trouble, or did they just play
No, there
really
was
quickly?
no time trouble, I believe. Yeah, okay, we have shown some results, but the very top that we are already aware of.
Erdogmus won, Artemiev won, those we did cover. Anything else? No results there. Fredrik Svane
is getting a plus,
covered.
Not a win.
No. Plus is a win.
Plus is a good result, according to my co-commentator.
Plus. It's the best result in chess.
Best result in chess.
Right.
Yeah, you won and you didn't have to try.
Check here. Manually, looks like we had a nice game. On board 37. Young Grandmaster Grebnev crushed Daniel Kizon. Similar structure to the one we've seen earlier
sacrifice,
in Ketty's game, where this knight g5 came. But this is just bad for black here. No counterplay.
Yeah, this
giving up more squares. No,
something
just being
went terribly
outclassed.
wrong.
Knight on a3 is also not too happy a camper. The attention will shift to this guy.
Yeah, like out of 4 minor pieces, black that doesn't really have a good one. Like we used to talk about, like this bishop being bad or something. How about the whole thing being bad?
All your pieces are bad. It's generally bad. This might be instructive, not the only move, but knight takes d7. Just simplifying. Sometimes you can exchange one good piece for a not so great piece for greater clarity. And now the attack just crushes through.
And white, sacrificed a piece.
Looks spectacular, but in the hands of a strong player, this is too easy. It's clear. The attack will break through. The black pieces aren't doing enough.
6 and then h7.
Nice finish. Bishop f6. And if takes, pawn takes. It's very hard to avoid h8 queen. Or rook. Checkmate.
h8 rook pre-move, can we say so?
Yeah.
Yes.
And announce mate next move.
And announce mate.
Mate by h8 rook.
Yeah. Yeah, lovely game that.
Yeah. Looked like he wasn't challenged, and the games, they look nicer if your opponent doesn't bother you, so you just put his piece on good squares. But it seems to be another strong up-and-coming talent there. What else is there? Pensulaya draws against Zemlyansky.
Yeah, there were some draws, and not a single. I don't think we've seen a single upset in the form of a higher-rated player losing, right?
No. Andy Woodward won his game already. This is the one Ketty was showing us earlier.
That was a nice
piece sacrifice, which is all kind of theory. But the opponent was surprised by these castles, where I think you're supposed to take. Recently someone won a nice game here with white. This is not simple either, but I think theory is something like this. So play bishop d6, knight e6, mistake. Andy went too directly, but still won.
So he
Looks
won
like
the
Black
queen.
was doing fine though.
Over there, yeah?
Or even here, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook f7. How did he win this? Queen c2, g6, whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, just allowed this. Develop some pieces, no? Bishop f5.
Takes and...
it's still not so easy. Okay.
King f8 and you allowed d6 and yeah.
Yeah, never simple, but it felt like Black was doing well. Well, now something went wrong. No, Black is not in time somehow.
Yeah, anyway, good game by Andy.
Not sure, but he did win. Yeah, some more decisions. What is this? Why is the piece down? Okay, that makes it tougher. Fair enough.
Which one is that?
I'm just clicking through. This is Fawzi against Bai Jinshi on board number 50.
That one's done as well, right?
Yeah, this is over.
And we just seen
the bishop.
Which
was
one
that? Was that? Rodshtein.
Rodshtein, getting the job done.
Yeah, no particular surprise either.
So from the top boards, Jeffery Xiong is still playing, Michael Adams is still playing, and actually looks like he will win.
Oh, this is an upset. Not a gigantic upset, but at least a lower-rated player beating a higher-rated player.
And
Deshmukh beats Diego Flores.
Right.
Some good old Caro-Kann. Subtle maneuvers. 2 bishops, but not much. And here he blunders bishop f4, which...
He went queen d6.
You're not supposed to blunder this as a 2-5-63 player.
Yeah.
That's kind of shocking.
A relatively basic tactic. And
also, you're threatening mate in 1. You want to think about how can my opponent
possible
stop this
defense.
Whoa. He gets a cure of his own medicine, because now after knight takes f4,
he's
white
getting checkmate.
In 1. Now, that's a pretty shocking blunder. He had to sacrifice the queen, because if the queen goes away, he's just a piece down. And this is totally lost.
So takes, and again, he never gotten a second chance.
No hope here. Was this? Some fireworks weren't needed, but yeah.
No, the white was always in control. Yeah.
All right, tough start for Diego Flores. I mean, if it's white winning 30 rating points lower rated, can't really call an upset, but still, shocking blunder there. That's where we are. Time to check back in
on the top
some of our regulars. Mr. Spider-Man. He's not Spider-Man, he's just a spider,
he's
right?
just a spider, right. He's right. Actually, yeah, we need the Spider-Man as well. I said he might be winning, but it was a few moves ago. Gotta tell you, sir. Bishop g3. Hang on a second, sir. On move 34, a few moves back, apparently, again, and I'm not that clever, not clever at all, I'm just like trusting the engine. Apparently, you could go b4 and just start pushing this pawn. And maybe like queen f3 is something that bothers you a little, but I guess queen c4, right?
Looks logical.
Queen c4, and somehow it's yeah. So the idea is like it's not easy to stop. But anyway, after bishop d6, apparently
Which also looks logical to me, no? I mean, with queen endgames, the passer is stronger, so to get rid of the bishop makes sense, at least.
Fair point, but like the king is weak, right? And like it's kind of permanently weak.
So I think it's probably a draw, but
3v2.
Adam's gonna win.
That's fair though, because like computer is not very reliable in analyzing human behavior in these positions, right?
You can tell
it will be a draw, and it will be a draw because of some weird perpetual or over the board, right? And then you give one wrong check and you lose. Yeah, fair point.
No, because over the board, there's no direct perpetual in this B pawn. It's just
slowly but surely advances.
Let's see. Is there time trouble here? No, there's move number 38.
White will need to make a couple of moves quickly, but it's also nothing dramatic in next couple of moves.
So next two moves won't spoil it. You stop the B pawn or you attack something.
Yeah, that's true. But so this could be a longer grind. This one.
Yep.
And both. Well,
Nils is winning. This is not exciting. The Jospin position was kind of exciting, but now he's also fully coordinated. Took control against Isaac. No, I don't think we'll get any of these 500-point rating differences. Upsets.
Yeah, Jeffery Xiong was the only one who had trouble kind of at least demonstrating the advantage, but I think he finally gets there. Gets there.
Glidura is completely winning.
Glidura is completely winning.
The game went on longer than expected, frankly, but he's still completely winning.
Precisely. That's what I wanted to say, that it's like, I'm surprised it still goes on.
The opponent doesn't look very optimistic either. Even Dimitri Kollars has turned things around by now.
Is he winning?
He's winning material now.
He's winning material.
Takes, pawn takes, rook takes, c3. Takes.
And queen e5 and...
the rook is just hanging.
The rook is,
check first.
Bit of a problem, right? So check, you go, the safest king ever on h7 until queen e8.
Queen e8 checkmate. But, Black will be faster, right? Check and whatever. Takes.
That's the answer.
Here,
and if king g3, I guess some h4 has to be. Yeah, let's find the checkmate. So h4, and then we just say if king takes, then queen f3. Right. And if king g4, I wanted to say bishop h5, but I'm not sure. No, you don't need bishop h5, you just have a check on the fourth, right?
This looks pleasant enough.
This looks... And then you can go bishop h5, in fact. King h5, queen f3, and take that.
To add insult to injury, the rook will also drop.
And then, what do you do? Like, do you take the rook, take the knight, or you go pawn move? That's
it's an impossible choice.
If only you could get more than 1 point for a game. that would be this kind of a game, so that you win on material, the checkmate, and possibly the time as well.
Yeah, I'm looking for a way to give up the queen and then give checkmate, but no, we can't do it. We need the queen.
Okay. Right.
Okay, I'll just keep clicking through. Pranav back in control. We've pointed out this knight on h5 could be a bit of a long-term liability, and here, it shows
why exactly, right?
Be more constructive with your feedback. Donchenko's gamble is paying off, not paying off?
I guess.
Here. It's too complicated for me.
So it's the game position but black to move, right? So
it's here. You could move the knight, but you can also do something funky.
Queen d4, you'll just take the knight, right?
Yeah, you take a bunch of pawns, and I have no idea.
Well, that's, yeah, maybe.
What
maybe
this is?
Maybe that's not. I mean, like the a pawn is still alive, which bothers me a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this if I didn't have to.
I mean, even so, black is probably not worse at all. But yeah, f4 looks perhaps the most convincing. Like f4, queen h3, pawn takes pawn, and this is
No, this is apparently winning, but it's not obvious to me here. Queen f4 only move, and now black is winning, but why? Because white can't move anything, yeah, like.
So we
goes, we take h2, and we just.
So it's a bit computerish, right?
It's very computerish.
Well, apparently we have a threat now that I've switched the engine on, and I see it like, if white just moves the rook, we have a threat of e2 and then queen e3. So it's got a rather slow threat. Yeah.
Now this is hard to do, no? Obviously.
Yeah,
I also have the computer running.
I agree. This one's not easy to decide on.
No, I think over the board you probably just go knight g5 now.
You move the horse here, right? Either f4 or g5. But even then, black's doing more than fine.
A lot of threats. No, it's what's happening, what keeps happening in chess. The stronger players, slowly but surely, gain the upper hand.
Yeah. Well, Ranak Sadwani, I do not think he will win.
He's not going to gain the upper hand, but he will survive this very bad endgame he had.
He will survive, and tomorrow he will have to try to win with black to avoid the tiebreak.
Yeah. Draw. Vokhidov won. Okay, we can stick with this Donchenko game at least. It's an interesting decision.
Yeah, it's a very important decision to make for Donchenko. Yeah, f4. f4 is one move.
Both sides very focused there. Is he gonna do it? I think he's gonna play knight g5. Why go crazy?
Yeah, so you just get knight g5 and well, knight g5 apparently is like there is some f4 is probably still like a huge threat, right?
Yeah, I think white has to go f4 himself.
Says, yeah, you have to go f4.
I thought knight e6.
And then again stuff is hanging. However, now after king d1 to prove advantage, you'll have to do some. I'm not sure. Like g5, is it easy to play g5? Also like a bit tricky.
So maybe we just keep c7, jumping around.
Anyway, we can say the bluff or whatever, the risk taking.
Yeah,
pays off. Yeah.
Yeah, he decided to give this pawn, or
knight g5 indeed.
Knight g5
you know your players.
I think most humans would not give that knight. No, why would you?
Yeah, like f4 is an idea that you would consider, but then I think most of us would get stuck. Yeah, the queen f4
so
being winning.
And even if you feel it might be good, the risk reward is not good because he's probably still going to win.
So abstract. Like in a way, that's a queen f4 with the idea to go e2, with the idea to go queen e3. So it's like 4 moves strat.
Yeah, and even then, after queen e3, it's okay. Just rely on white not being able to untangle at all.
Yeah. Then knight to g5.
And also here, like, for example, queen d7, you just go rook f8. I mean, it's not what humans do. So let's say knight g5, white has to play f4. Yeah,
and he's done it. Yep.
Now he has a choice, knight e4, knight e6, knight h7 even.
Oh, knight e4 Knight takes, rook takes. Again.
Probably also long-term just good for black now, because g5 takes, and then f4 will always open the gates.
Yeah, true that as well. Or, yeah, like basically the a pawn is never too scary, and that's why, yeah, of course, like you can brute force it by going g5 immediately, and maybe you can even slow play, like queen e7, king to g7, you know, one day f6, g5 to maintain the integrity of the pawn chain. Yes. Yeah. I'm feeling like maybe knight e4 is more of a clear continuation.
Maybe. But the hand wants knight e6 somehow, threatening.
Yeah, more threatening
the pawns. Yeah.
Knight to d4, sometimes knight c5 and a sneaky check.
Exactly. Danchenko shaking his head. What's the time? 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
1 minute 30 for white. And it's moved 39, so it's not dramatic time trouble. He just has to make a decision now. Apologies if we're missing the time trouble. At your favorite player's board, hard to keep an eye. And whoa, he's played queen takes d4.
What?
He's not moving the knight, he's sacrificing now.
Ah, so he does sacrifice a knight right now. Is it any...
Why in this version? It's probably still good, but it's just surprising. After f takes g, what does he want? f4
queen
or queen takes c5?
So if pawn takes knight, which was played now...
Yeah, opponent does not look unhappy about...
Hang on a second. So you can take almost every pawn that is on the board. Now, he's not planning to. So I was thinking queen c5, rook e3, you know, queen g5, but then you leave the most dangerous pawn on the board.
No, I think he wants f4. Yeah, he played
f4 and he wants to take. Well, to be perfectly honest, like now the move that white has to play is some people consider to be the strongest move on move one.
Best
E4.
play test.
E4. But yeah, but can Danchenko's opponent find e4?
I think so. Like, you're pairing the threat, and the point is after d takes e, now queen takes f4 solves all your problems all of a sudden.
Yeah. And somehow white's even slightly better in this case. Yeah, because you shape up with rook e3 and knight takes e4 and, you know.
What I don't like about Danchenko's decision, which, by the way, computer still says black is better, so it's not like he blundered or anything, but he took the very big decision to give the piece with very little time, and now he gave his opponent move 41
a choice,
to think about everything.
Move 41.
Like if the opponent has a choice of move 40 or 39, it's different.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really...
He tricked himself a bit.
I'm not sure if he was controlling this, or he could control, but it feels like an unlucky timing.
Yeah.
So you took a big decision in the time trouble, and you give your opponent the choice right after the time trouble.
Exactly. Okay, but they made the time trouble. Black is still fine in putting pressure, but here after e4, anything can happen.
It's tricky, right? It's tricky. So basically, black doesn't have to take on e4, has to play...
Oh no, he played rook d3 too quickly.
Played rook d3 too quickly, and now black can capture on e3 with the rook, and then with the pawn.
What is this? The
dislodging this knight, and then I guess...
Still complicated.
Still complicated. I don't think you take on c5 because it slows you down, right? Queen c5, queen d3 or something.
Yeah, so I was going queen c4, queen takes e2, which is apparently good.
This sounds clever,
white can't
right?
move, yeah?
Check,
The knight moves queen d2, queen
check
moves
here, and then... hang on a second. How was it? Queen c4, right? King e2, queen c4, clever check. King e1, and... takes a2.
Yeah. Still not clear at all, but apparently this is...
well, queen e2 is a move, I guess.
Yeah, let's do check. Queen
d1.
Back. If white ever stabilizes, doesn't matter. We picked up all the pawns here, like here. Queen... No, anything can happen. I guess black is not in trouble because white doesn't have so many pawns left.
Right, but knight is known for like making a lot of jumps, right? So some queen trades, and then all of a sudden the knight could be like munching on these pawns one after the other.
Oh yeah, this. No, that was a very difficult decision to take so quickly. Yeah, but also,
Okay,
Rook D3 was played so quickly, and maybe
that is.
it's also a lesson that move 41. Take a moment, check what your options are.
Ediz Gurel has won, by the way.
No
his
surprise.
game against Igor Yefimov. And
cute final.
On move 40, on move 40 in a cute final little trick.
What do you call this? A cross pin?
The cross pin,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, that's the cross pin. So the rook is pinned to the queen and the king simultaneously. Right.
And game over. Yeah, some more decisive results keep pouring in. Not a surprise there, and the time trouble, of course. Things do happen. David Anton winning what looked like a very technical game against David Silva. Yeah, this was no longer fun for Mr. Silva.
Right.
How's Ivic? Ivic is winning. Another chess legend, Gabriel Sargsyan, the Armenian, been around for a while. Three-time Olympic gold medalist with Armenia. Here, he still has to work quite a bit against Ranindu Lianash. There we see another game ending. Is that Pranav? I didn't see.
I think that's him.
Yeah. Pranav.
Not to be confused with Pranesh.
No, no. Very different people, but Pranav won. Yeah, no surprises there. So far the only upset is this one victory by 2-5-25 against 2-5-60.
Yeah, so now
are we going to get anything better, bigger rating difference, like 100 points?
Hard to tell. Okay, there are some draws. To be fair,
plenty of draws will be there.
But draws are very normal, right?
For me, they are.
Tari is slightly worse, but I don't think he's going to lose. Aryan Tari against Intermaster Manon from Bangladesh. But yeah,
hard to win. No, black is active. Chiparinov won. Whoa! Beautiful mate. Look at this.
Wow! But whose game is that?
This is Chiparinov.
Ivan Chiparinov.
Cordoba. Very nice finish.
Oh, did he sack? He did sack the queen on f7.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Queen f7 check.
Queen f7 check.
Rook takes. Knight g6. Checkmate. And strictly only move, because if not, you're queen down.
Now that you're queen down.
The only thing I dislike is he has this rook on e1. Should have found a way to get rid of the rook.
Get rid of the rook, yeah.
Because it's
so
superfluous.
if you go back couple of moves, there was a chance to, you don't really need, rook e8. So now, a queen f7 is the strongest move. You had another move, which is queen h7.
Yeah.
And the third best is rook to c7. And rook to c7 would be kind of showing off properly.
Yeah, that we like.
Rook to c7, they take, and then...
But still,
the rook on e1
bothers me. If we could get rid of that rook, that would be a pretty final position. There's no realistic way.
No realistic way to get rid of the rook. Yeah.
That is too bad.
It's too bad. Is rook e2? Can you do rook e2?
Exactly.
Or it's probably pushing it too far.
Okay, this might be a mistake objectively, but this is the position.
This is the position we were looking at. Yeah, that is.
Anyway, good win by Chiparinov. Very nice final
checkmate,
combination. Although even Queen H7 is pretty good.
Right. Yeah, but there are games that will not be won by the yellow favorites. Yeah, quite a few of those. But again, as you said, it happens a lot.
We've seen Salem was in trouble earlier, but he turned the tables around quickly while we were on break, and also delivered a nice final checkmate. Here, Rook C1 check.
Kind of
Rook takes, Queen
and then
D4.
Queen D4 and
switching.
Diagonal checkmate. Yeah.
So Salem made it.
Okay, now that I'm checking, Divya has lost her game. Rasmus Xuan, who happens to be a brother to Frederick Xuan.
Oh, he won. He beat Facundo
won.
Vázquez.
Yep.
With the black pieces. Wow.
That is... yeah, he was an yellow favorite in this one by some 200 points, but still.
Yeah, but still, winning with black.
Winning with black in this
Never
Catalan
easy.
stuff is never easy.
Nah, but he trapped the knight somehow. Then it was easy. Okay, so great day for the Svane brothers. Rasmus Svane, the older brother. He's very old, in his late 20s.
Very old in his late 20s. Yeah.
Frederick Svane.
Hang on a second. Is it the first time that the brothers participate in the World Cup?
I do not know
because
the answer.
there are not
not
that many brothers.
I don't think we've had... What brothers do we have? The Shigalkos? They probably didn't both play World Cup.
No, I don't think so. And yeah, Mastrovasilis as well, like the Thanos. I don't think Dimitris played quite a few times, I believe, but yeah, Thanos. I don't think he ever played.
Yeah. No, I'm sure we've had sisters, but brothers, maybe not.
Sisters we had, yeah, and that'd be Muzichuk sisters.
Kozintsevas, sure.
Kozintsevas as well, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
How's Max Warmerdam doing? I see him there on camera in the purple shirt, but I'm not sure I've seen his game.
Okay, so checking. Now that So what was the moment I was criticizing Mickey for exchanging the bishops? Yeah, like Mickey Adams's game. I said, yeah, computer doesn't like exchanging the bishops, and this queen endgame should be a draw. So they've played 4-5 moves, and the evaluation is -19.
Honest queening, because there's no bishop coming to e5 stopping him. How dare you criticize the spider?
What do I know? Little do I know, indeed.
We do not know much, but we know we have an interview by Charlize with, I believe, the first upset winner of this entire event. So let's go there.
I'm here with Grandmaster Stamatis Kourkoulos-Arditis, who just beat Divya Deshmukh. I want to know more about the psychology of the game than the actual game itself. Have you played with so many cameras around you before?
I mean, not that many, and also like when I first approached my chair, like there were people behind it taking pictures of my opponent. But okay, I mean, it's all the same.
Did it add any extra element of pressure?
No, I don't think so. It's nice to know that people are watching my game.
And tell us about the game. How do you assess your performance, your opponent's play?
I think I did very well in the opening. I'm not sure what went wrong with her preparation, but I was familiar with the position up to a pretty late point. And later, I think I probably mangled the conversion. I'm not sure how badly. I wasn't very happy with the way I did it, but overall, I think it was decent.
And tell us about your chess journey. You attained your Grandmaster title 2 years ago. Now you're here at the World Cup. How did you get here?
through the European Championship. I've been to the World Cup twice, and yeah, this is basically almost the only path for a lower grandmaster like me to the World Cup. And yeah, somehow I'm doing very well in these European Championships. And the first time I get eliminated, I thought it will be my last World Cup maybe, but I'm happy to be here again.
And the final question, aside from the chess, now you're from Greece, where the weather is also very sunny and very hot, which is very fitting to here in Goa. How are you enjoying it here in the city?
Yeah, I mean, yes, you could say that, although I'm not a fan of the heat, even in Greece. But yeah, it's not too hard to adjust, let's say.
Yeah. And the overall organization, the venue?
Everything is fine. It's interesting to be playing in such a, I don't know how to say, exotic place, at least to European like me. Yeah. So yeah, that adds a little bit.
Thank you so much, Stamatis, and good luck for tomorrow's game. You'll have a lot of eyes on it once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And we're back in the studio. Kourkoulos-Arditis there winning his game against Divya. Deshmukh, I should clarify. He was high rated, so that was not our first upset of the tournament. But we are not upset to have Katy back with another segment on what is going on. She's getting mic'd up. In the meantime, you told me on board number 73 we have action?
Yeah, you would not think of checking the board check the game on board 73, but yeah, I think we will have to, like, at some point.
We'll have to wait.
We'll have to wait, but at some point we could actually look at it. Because first of all, it's a funny position already. But like if you scroll through the games, there've been some pawns being promoted with the full board of pieces. Yeah, I mean there've been some action. One can tell.
Things have happened, but this will have to wait. Katy is back. What do you have for us this time?
This time I have a game of Jobava,
Heard of him.
a player who don't disappoint us with his games. And here we have, let's start from the very beginning. It was a Kaan defense. Jobava was with white pieces, and his opponent decided to play bishop to e4, which basically allows white here to play e6 to ruin the pawn structure and then to dominate on the light squares. I'm going to stop in here, and you guys, if you can update us, what is the latest evaluation of this position? Is it bad for black, or you can carry on and play?
I'm not a big expert. After g4, I think the main move is to go bishop d7 to go back, but bishop e4. Bishop e4 is also possible. I thought after e6...
e6, queen d6 used to be the main line.
No, I haven't checked this for a while, but queen d6, I think, used to be theory. So I would deduct what black did is probably not great, but I honestly can't tell you. How did it play out for Cardoso?
So basically here he allowed this h4 and then to trade the light square bishops. I have played this myself with black pieces accidentally in few games, and it is terrible to play against white's threats. And white's game is super simple. What black has here biggest issue besides the light square is this bishop on f8, obviously. You cannot just develop this bishop. And let's see how here Jobava played at his next move. So he basically just developed the queen side, castled, and here we have this fancy move knight e4. So basically you can take this knight because you're gonna lose the queen, and of course trading the queen favors black. So white just decided to play queen here, and after the trades of the few pieces, it is so difficult position for black. The game actually just finished in few moves, even though black managed here to castle on the long side after rook to king to b8. Again, the bishop remains on f8 until the very end of this game. So g6, now white is threatening to promote this pawn or to win a bishop. So that was really tough game for black. And by the time this bishop found some spotlight, it was already too late because this was the final of this game. After rook to b7, it was just game over. So yeah, knight takes the bishop, and here white just decided to resign. So yeah, that was very well done by Jabava, and it was quite easy game by him.
Yes, smooth win, but it looked like the opening went a little wrong there for Cardoso.
Yeah.
Good to see Jabava still going strong.
Exactly. I have another game too. I can just pull it up. Board 59. We were talking about this position, and we saw this game when knight g5 happened, and I thought it's going to be a lot of fireworks and a decisive result. Well, it was a very interesting game. It have already finished, so let's see now what happened. After g6, we recommended rook to h1 to be played here in this position. However, white decided to move the knight away and kick g4 to open h-file. And look at this position. He was very stubborn to give up this knight. After trying it to on g5, now he tried to do it on g6. Black just took it, and here we had the repetition. And probably there's no way to improve in this position. And white was also just happy to make a draw. So yeah. This is the end of this game, and here's the question to you guys. Well, so far we had a lot of decisive results already. Which one is your favorite game that you covered today?
Oof, my memory is so bad that I've already forgotten what we've all covered. The games.
I can remind you because I remember your emotions. I heard it in the other room. It was a Chaparino's checkmate with 2 knights.
That final position was very beautiful. Yeah, I didn't see the whole game, but that's the nicest combination for sure for chess quality. You would have to ask me after the round, but maybe Miro has something.
Well, honestly, again, it depends. Like Yaz, Erdogmus, of course, like a nice smooth win, but very little, almost non-existent opposition. Right. There are some very tough games that are still going on, and my favorite for now would be this Kovalev game that I've just mentioned, but we will not look into this. From those that finished, was there anything like I'm going through?
No, my favorite game was the Fredrik Svane win. That's the game I dream of playing. But never happened.
I wonder if his opponent has arrived in the venue already. For sure, we're going to see him.
Feel bad for him, just dreaming.
Honestly, Jabava's game looks very nice, and I thought they tell you like put the rook on the 7th rank, right? And then if you can, you can double on the 7th rank. And how about like
that was
getting
really
all three dudes? Because I imagine black resigned because of the queen d4. You just go rook e7, and you get 3 things on the 7th rank, right?
Yeah, and you cannot just stop.
That would be like an absolutely. I've
There'll
never
be
done
one
it in
check,
my life.
but
That's
it.
nice. Yeah, that's nice. Like having 3 guys on the 7th rank. So something new that I should try to do more often.
No,
Not bad.
We've seen some good games for sure. We've seen this shocking blunder. I'm not sure if you've seen by Diego Flores on board 71. Right there, if you go back to move
Bishop f4
is whatever it was early on. Oh no, even earlier. Yeah, you have to
Even earlier.
scroll up.
It's
I hear. Oh
Yeah.
this was the moment.
Yeah, one move before, like this queen
He
to
creates a
d6.
threat.
Can't say it's my favorite game, but certainly the blunder of the event so far. Also for
They
such a
say
strong
that
player.
to threat checkmate in one move, it never goes wrong. But
Sometimes it does.
we see it went wrong here. Bishop f4, yeah, and you cannot take it with the knight because you have your own self.
You get the same checkmate you were trying to do. So.
Yeah, what do you think? How come that Grandmaster in the first round of the tournament made such a blunder? Is it because of warming up is needed for some player? You need to play some games before? Or?
I don't know. And we haven't seen it in any of the other games, so it's clearly an exception, and sometimes it happens, but yeah, you never know. Sometimes it's just a blackout, you make the move, and then you normally see instantly, oops, bishop f4, and I resign.
And I don't think you can call like nerves or something. It may be the opposite, so that you've gotten a symmetrical position, and it doesn't look any scary for now, and you just say, okay, queen d6, knight f6, you've probably... Yeah, like I threaten the checkmate, and then I go knight f6, and I unpin my knight from g6. Maybe that's like you had the whole sequence already played in your game, in your head, right? And that's how. Yeah, but unbelievable blunder.
This is the moment when you just want to take your move back and pretend that you did not do it. Have you ever thought that what if I just take my move back and pretend that I have not played that?
Sometimes you can just ask your opponent if you can take your move back and then do it. No, I heard some stories.
Really?
But no, I mean, you're full of regret in chess all the time, but I grew up so much with this touch piece, and once you made your move, you can't take it back. I never even think about it, just quietly hating myself.
Well, yeah, this is the rules. I cannot, and it's very tough competition here. Yeah, every point matters. In case if it's a plus, even plus point matters because we have a knockout system. And after the first round, we're gonna have some of the players just leaving Goa, India, and they will be observing these games as spectators.
Well, they're welcome to stay. Plenty of space in the resort. We'll go on break. Take a quick walk around the block. Thank you so much, Katie. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
I'm on a quest to explore the history of Goa. A land steeped in diverse and intersecting cultures and traditions.
I think this is one of my favorite pieces of art in the city.
Here, influences from multiple faiths coalesce in beautiful ways. From religious sites to charming villages and vibrant streets.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है। अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move, it's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come, 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 don't be late. It's your move, ये तो कोई खोर।
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग। शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन, विश्व को दिया दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब Deshmukh हो न जाए चेकमेट Deshmukh चेक में भी होगा जस्ट Deshmukh गोवा कर रहा है वेट Deshmukh कम don't be late Deshmukh esto todo Deshmukh एक दो ढाई Deshmukh it's your move Deshmukh it's your move Deshmukh.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the FIDE World Cup 2025, coming to you live from Goa in India. And the playing hall is slowly clearing. We could see lots of players had finished their game, walking out. There are a lot of volunteers here outside taking care of everything. One guy was asking Ivanchuk, "Is your game finished, sir? And do you have anything in the locker, sir?" And he didn't get a big reply out of Ivanchuk, but Ivanchuk apparently won his game and is out, we can see, in the playing hall. There's not that much going on, but Miro, we have some highlights to get to. Where shall we start?
Board 20, I guess. Pranesh, not to be confused with Pranav, as we figured out.
They're easy to confuse. Both born in 2006, both have similar ratings, part of this very strong, I guess you can say, second row of Indian grandmasters that haven't entered the world class, but certainly have the potential. And let's have a look at the final moves of that game.
It was a spectacular finish starting, I guess, somewhere move 40. You could start a bit later.
Jump in here, so he's hunting the king. He sacrificed an exchange. But
F1 threatens something.
Very open.
And bishop to c5, cutting the queen off, threatening queen to c6. Rook a2, check on c6, check on b6, check on b7. And this sequence wasn't forced, but that's the best moves. Rook f6, king to e5, and now white apparently has the only move which wins, and it was found, it was played, queen to g7.
That is very pretty, threatening. Discover check, and if rook a1, you go rook f1.
Check.
Gegenschach, as we say in German.
Gegenschach.
Gegenschach. Yeah. Counter check.
Counter check, yeah.
And I was thinking he can just win by rook f1 too, clearing the way. But upon closer inspection after rook f1, it's black who checkmates.
With rook takes g2.
Here.
With rook takes g2, yeah.
Then it goes the other way.
Check, and the check on g8, and it's a checkmate.
So queen g7, very, very pretty, setting up. This is cover check, and there's nothing you can do about it. Opponent tried rook a1 check, but of course, after rook f1,
no immediate, no immediate checkmate, but you just take the rook next move.
Good enough. And no reason to continue the game. So nice win by Pranesh, the 19-year-old here. Maybe one of the dark horses to watch in this very strong field. Another game you told me about was the Kovalyov game.
Yes,
where to find that one?
73.
73, was it?
73, right. And it's finished by now. And I don't know, like, the position is spectacular. The final, the black has no pawns whatsoever. But I suggest if we really could go on fast forward, say, starting from move 20, because it's ironic how like it's one
sharp
of
Semislav's anti-Moscow positions.
Yeah,
looks like
and white was at some point. White was winning,
lost, according to the computer. Even here, Compy doesn't even give that check, but just pushes.
Yeah, the H pawn should promote. Check was still fine, and it's not really clear where everything went downhill. I think after a3 maybe he had to stop and pay a little bit more attention to this pawn, because d5 looks very tempting, but
should have done this breaking through.
Yeah, if he wanted to, he could go d5 here.
So now
a3,
some counterplay. d5 takes
a2.
What a mess. He allowed a1 queen check.
Right.
The queen has to be given back immediately.
Yeah, but this one now is better for black.
But now black is in business because he's a rook up.
Yeah.
Still a mess.
After bishop d5, apparently white could equalize by going g6. I don't know why, but again, like the computer said, yeah, g6, and I guess maybe like some queen h7 tricks later on. Yeah, knight takes, e takes, but then white king is not safe either. There are like some queen a4 checks and stuff.
Yeah, extra rook
will. Extra rook
tell.
is an important factor. Yeah, and eventually black defended and won the game, but it's like I thought it's quite funny how black went from having 7 pawns to having no pawns at all.
Well, they all disappeared, but he took some pieces on the way. Yeah, chaotic game. Paul Filton will be kicking himself. He was winning out of the opening, but then let it get a bit out of hand. Big win there with black for Vladislav Kovalyov.
Yeah, very important win.
What do we have still going on our top boards? Jeffery Xiong.
Jeffery Xiong
finally
is still playing. He finally takes over,
breaking
I believe.
through. Yeah, this is winning.
King
rook,
d6.
rook
You just,
here.
yeah, you have to make sure black can't sacrifice the knight for this 2 pawns, because otherwise it's
You want to avoid this.
hard / impossible to win.
But no, this looks easy for Jeffery now.
And he just played rook d3, right?
No.
Or
no, that was me.
And it is a strong move, though. So.
Yeah, it looks good. King a7 is also good.
King a7, just to play king a6. Black doesn't have that many
Can't
moves.
do anything. Yeah, we might be threatening c7. Knight takes rook d3 even then.
Oh yeah.
No, Jeffery Xiong is gonna win. But good game by his opponent. He's way, way underrated. Just played a proper grandmasterly game. Then we have Nils Grandelius still grinding. But he has 2 rooks against 2 knights, which should be good for the rooks.
Rooks are better than knights, for what we know. Donchenko is still in play, but completely winning.
He was winning,
so
yeah.
The pawns are overwhelming.
He has an h-pawn running now. Okay, this white could resign even with a clear conscience.
Chigaev is still in play, board 16. But now he's winning. Not only he managed not to lose, but apparently he's...
Winning this exchange down endgame? It's no longer an exchange down, now it's a piece up.
Horsey up.
How did that happen? Even here, it still looks like it's fine.
Black should not be losing this one, for sure.
Black wasn't very concerned about the a-pawn, and maybe that cost him.
Costed him dearly at some point. King a5, a7. Somehow did this pawn...
Knight to b4, he missed.
Knight to b4 and then knight goes to a6.
Oof, that's a tough break for Jacques Elbilia. He had to go king here, but he's already fighting for a draw.
Knight b4.
Knight b4, he can...
you wait and then you give a check, and you give a check. And knight c5. Is this a draw? No, yeah, because you go here. Right.
There we see Donchenko's opponent resigned. That was a tough fight. But in the end, Donchenko's risks paid off and he wins the game. So yeah, the round is clearing. We still don't have that one big upset.
No, we don't, and we might not have it. Like
that's why they're called upsets. They don't happen that often because people get upset when they lose.
Yeah, precisely. So for like the biggest upset of the round, there is one game that has potential, and it's board 40, where Agibileg Ursaich, I'm sorry for mispronouncing this player's name, from Mongolia, international master, and he has completely winning position against Cristobal Henriquez.
Yeah,
so it's
another opponent you don't want in the first round. If you see Mongolian, I am probably young. That's bad news. We know from the Olympiad, or their whole team was like 2-3-80, but incredibly good players.
Right. So
Toby's in trouble. This is a nice move. You can't take. Go here. Now, how do we win? Computer just says any move wins. Whatever. Go a6.
Check here and
oh, and this is cute. No.
Wow. A6.
D6.
Wow.
Oh, that's very
A6
pretty.
rook takes and rook to D6 is the only move.
But look at this. The rook can't do anything. It can't go here. It can't go here. It
Yeah,
can't
the
give
bishop
a
on
check.
D5 is an amazing, amazing bishop.
And if you go here, we queen one of them.
Yeah. So board 2 is
Jeffery
done.
got the job done.
Eventually.
Yeah, he played king a7 and c7. Still, shout out to his opponent. Very, very good game. But in the end, former 2700 player Jeffery Xiong does win this one. No surprises there. Nils Grandelius still has to work a bit. Horses are jumpy, but he should win eventually.
Nils, yeah, so that's the highest ELO game that we have.
Clicking through, running games. Kolas won as well. We've seen he was in some trouble early on, but not anymore. So let's look at Nils Grandelius. Oh, sorry, I clicked something. Apologies. Fixing it here. Yeah, we're back. Sorry. There we see Nils Grandelius, the Swedish star.
So he can take the pawn, and that he does it, right? But then, yeah, you run into checks. Maybe no, not really. Yeah, 92. You just have to. Wait, 92, you go king e1, right? So knight to d3.
Here.
Yeah, here, yeah, check, you just go king d2, knight f3.
Here, and there's no more.
Yeah, and then you probably take one of the horses next move, right?
You have to. Yeah. Nils Grandelius, he's in a hurry. His bedtime is 9 p.m., so he's trying to get this done quickly. He also needs to have dinner, but it looks like he might manage. We will switch to Charlize, who is with Jeffery Xiong, who just won his game on board number 2.
I'm here with Jeffery Xiong, who has won his first game at the FIDE World Cup. Jeffery, your opponent 1900, but didn't really play like a 1900. Were you surprised?
No, not really surprised, because he's a very young player, and I think as someone who was maybe like, when I was 13 years old, I was already giving the Grandmasters a tough fight, so I knew that going in, like, it's clear that he's a prodigy and I should take it very seriously.
So how did your preparations go for this game specifically?
I think it went quite well. I anticipated till maybe move like 17 or 18. So, but he played all the best moves as well. So I think at least I got like 45 minutes ahead on time, and that probably was the main factor throughout the game.
Now, Jeffery, we saw you as tan second at the Women's World Championship match, and now you're playing here in an equally, or maybe more, maybe less stressful event. What do you prefer, being a second, being a player?
That's a good question. Maybe slightly towards being a second, I don't know. I mean, it just depends how I'm playing. Like, if I'm playing well, then of course I prefer play, but as a second, it's always nice, especially when my player is doing well.
And you were in China before this event. Was it for vacation? Do you think it's important to take time off of chess before such a major event?
Yeah, I was in China a week before, and I guess the main idea was just to adjust to the jet lag, but also to visit relatives was very nice.
Adjusting to the jet lag is actually quite an interesting point. We've got some players here who traveled very, very far and they arrived recently. Do you think that that will affect play?
I mean, it depends on everybody. I think some people adjust to the jet lag very fast. Some, like, me personally, I don't, so that's why I always come earlier. But yeah, to each his own, I guess.
Final question, tell me about your experience here in Goa. How are you enjoying the hotel and everything in organization?
Yeah, I think it's really great. I'm particularly enjoying the food. I'm always a big fan of Indian food, and I think there's a pretty decent selection, so I'm quite happy with everything so far.
Well, thank you so much, Jeffrey. A strong start. Good luck to the rest.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was Jeffery. Xiong looks happy. I've been thinking about this jet lag thing. I was worrying a bit about some of the guys who are even arriving for round 2 a day or 2 in advance. Well, what do you think? What people should do?
Well, I do not have like a universal recipe because, yeah, what I've noticed that, for me at least, like taking hours, like kind of traveling to the US, like when you have minus your time, is easier, and then adding hours to your time is harder. So I don't know. I think it's very individual, and I've heard of people like who simply don't care. They've just kind of set their watch on the time with it, and yeah, 8 o'clock you have to go to bed. Yeah, for some it works this way. For me, I'm very kind of my time zone dependent, so I'd be having hard times. But here, luckily, it's not that bad. For me, it's 2.5 hours. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's acceptable.
That's doable, but if you came here from Europe, I'm not sure what the time difference
is. Already 4.5 or
Germany,
something,
let's say, 4.5 is already serious, and often it shows up 4 or 5 days in. So you started the tournament, and then all of a sudden you're lying there at 4 a.m. So for me, I'm a big professional to prepare for this commentary. I spent 2 weeks in Thailand just to make sure I'm in a similar time zone. And
yeah.
Jeffrey had the same ideas. What else do we have going on? Is this round over already? I'm running out of even games that are still going.
Yeah, on the lower boards you have like famous Romanian Grandmaster Motilov playing, for example.
Ah. Is he playing?
Still fighting.
Playing chess games.
Motilov playing a chess game.
Thought he was a fellow second commentator.
Yeah, it's already a big
winning
news, and he seems to be
winning with black. That's impressive.
Seems to be winning with black. Right, but still has some job to do.
Yeah. Let's see. Max Warmerdam. He's assisted by Dutch chess legend Luc van Wely, and you only bring Luc van Wely to India if you mean business. He's trying to grind out the point here against Lalit Babu MR. But not easy.
Not easy, this one. Yeah, the Rook Games.
Looks pleasant, but do you actually win? And how?
And how do you win, right? Well, black to move there.
Can't do anything, right? H4 is not helping. Black has to wait. I don't know. Never pleasant having to sit and wait.
Yeah, like if you, let's say, do all the things you want to do,
doing
and
all my stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
then what's the?
And now I bring the king here. Apparently, this is. Still don't know if it's winning, but you can ask many questions at least.
Yeah, true that. It's not a pleasant position by any means. Yeah.
Fun it is not. There we see Max versus Babu. Stretching.
Just to update on some results and the games that we've touched upon. Faustino Oro made a draw against Ante Brkic.
Yeah, good result. For Faustino there was that endgame. It didn't look like he was in big trouble. There we see Warmerdam, and something happened. G6.
G6 from black.
Black decides not to wait passively forever, which is
G6, and now if I take twice, what happens?
Guess he
take
wants
twice, he wants
check.
a check and take the pawn.
Survive.
And we go, I don't know where we go. Do we go check and takes?
Normally such things are drawn, no?
King
H4,
rook takes, yeah.
winning directly. Well, maybe it's a smart decision by black not to
rook
just wait
h7,
around.
h3, and then... So ideally what I want, say, the king on h6, the rook on h5, right? How do I do it? Yeah, I probably don't do it like that. There's no way.
I think you're getting there.
There's no way. Yeah.
King moves. The e-pawn drops. That should be draw. Let's see what Max is doing. Did he take everything?
He does take. Yeah, he does take twice. So now check king f4 seems pretty automatic. Rook takes pawn. And what would be the best try here? Maybe
you don't give the check.
Maybe you don't take.
Maybe
you don't take the pawn. Either go rook b6, rook h6, and then just like somehow try to get king f5, e5, and rook h7 in one move. How about that? So that push them to the 8th rank, which will be hard to do, of course. But
no, it looks like a draw for Varmadam. He's also had tough schedule. Playing Batumi, I think he played the European Club Cup, and now he's here.
Wow.
These chess pros
playing non-stop.
They're not at home much.
But yeah, but that's something that we were discussing, how the chess world has changed, and now it became sort of a new norm that you are playing a lot of events, right? Because again,
yeah, it's a bit different also because preparing is quicker, right? I mean, people still work a lot, but you don't need
a lot, but
2-week training camp to figure out what's going on. In the semi-slav, you need any engine, and then you switch openings.
Yeah,
it looks like people are playing more.
I remember, I think it's Botvinnik's quote that was like very popular, and it would be spread by any Soviet coach that 60 80 games, something like that. Yeah, like Botvinnik said 60, then they were adjusting to new times, and they would allow us to play 80 maybe, but that would be it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Botvinnik would feel about Magnus and Hikaru's bullet activities, but they still seem decent at chess. No, there's many ways. I mean,
many ways. Yeah, that's like precisely the moment you start, or you try to be formal about this or that type of chess, anything like positions as well, right? You should only go for like a blockade knight, and then somebody pulls up 10 exceptions, right? You should only do this. You should only be serious. You should only be playing, the classical time control. And there's always an exception. That's
no. I think the only common denominator. I don't think there's a grandmaster who hasn't put in 10,000, 20,000 hours like with chess in one way or another. But
that's true.
How you put in the hours and how your brain puts it together, it's so individual. There's not one recipe, which is annoying because if you're looking for chess advice, when I'm watching a fitness video, I also want to be told, okay, you do 3 times this, and 8 repetitions, then you do this, and then you get stronger, right? But in chess the answer is, there are many different ways.
Do what you like. Really, man, what works for you.
You got to spend time. Like, it's not helping. But the truth. There we see Max, big theoretician. He really likes openings, but this is an endgame, and it does seem like his opponent will get away. Keep clicking through here. Another drawn rook endgame. Nah.
Yeah, not much is going on, strangely.
Oh, we have...
From the games that we have, there is nothing like all that exciting from those that are remaining.
Lemieux, I'm not sure if he's the best Canadian player, but he's still fighting against Gergely Cantor, and it looks like he's some trouble. Exchange down, weak king. Yeah, probably he's just lost.
Oh well, so you've actually managed to find a middle game position.
yeah, there's some pieces left, but that's the only good news for black. He's just lost.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep looking. Emre Can. Always very confusing for German audiences, because that's...
Why he's John?
No, but there's also a player on the German national football team called Emre Can, so they're always surprised how
a footballer would be playing chess on such a high level.
So well.
Have you heard of Magnus's first coach, Simon Agdestein?
I have heard of him.
And he, from what I was told, he was playing for Norway national team, and that definitely Norwegian football league, right?
For
quite a while. And I think he had quite a few games for the team.
I think so. Yeah. And Norway, we know, is a football powerhouse, about to qualify for the World Cup. What's going on here? Bojan Maksimovic against Emre Can.
It's kind of hard to tell, right?
It's the point of the broadcast where hard to form constructive thoughts, which might be bad news for this broadcast, because this is day one and my brain is completely fried. We got what, 26 to go?
Yeah,
I do. I think you're...
Well, I'm probably chickening out a little bit earlier, but yeah, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. We don't know the full picture yet. We have an excuse that we've arrived yesterday. So.
Very jet lagged. Still on tight time. Well, it's already 8:30. Anyway. I don't find much drama in these games anymore. I'm trying. Mustafa Yilmaz, let's stick with the Turks. Another rook endgame. He's a bit worse. That would be our biggest upset if he were to lose this. But he's not going to lose it. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to lose it.
Not sure if he's worse, actually. He's 2 pawns up, but this guy is
you mean the C-pawn? The C-pawn's kind of dangerous, right? Well, maybe the G-pawn is just as fast.
He's also running. Yeah. Whatever. Something. This. I mean, he might. Yeah. The way I'm playing is you might win with black.
King G5, King F4 infiltrating, and then the G-pawn's going. Yeah.
No, okay. He's not worse.
He's not worse. We've changed our mind.
That on upset watch leaves us with Enriquez.
Yeah, Enriquez is the biggest chance for an upset, and I think his opponent suddenly gives him a chance.
Rook takes a6.
Yeah, this King D4. It's kind of a fancy.
I tried to be clever. He wants Rook E1 check and Bishop D5.
Yeah.
But is that the end of the story?
So King D4, and if Rook A6, then it's a check, and Bishop E6, and you go Bishop D5. Yeah, and then Black has a check.
And we have some...
Yeah, I have to drop the king to the third rank somewhere. But the C-pawn survives, yeah, so you go King C3
so
or...
winning, yeah.
King D3.
I was doing.
King D6, right.
E6.
Bishop E6, and now... if you go Rook H4, then Bishop D7, and you
just winning.
Cement the pawn, and it's there. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe his opponent didn't give him a chance. His opponent is just smart.
Yeah, it felt for whatever reason. I thought, yeah, like maybe. So King D4. Yeah, but otherwise, like if you move the bishop, then what happens? Like King C5 happens. King C5 happens, and so on.
He's calculating, but it's one of the saddest things when you're sitting there in a bad/lost endgame and you're calculating lines and none of the lines work.
None of the lines
then
work.
You have to decide, do I go bishop back and keep suffering, or do I try to fish for a quick end? But of course, he sees this doesn't work.
And strangely, I think the World Cup is this tournament where you kind of feel obliged playing this, like, lost positions, because like it's a 2 games match, and like there's never a chance to go back and so on. Okay, Niels just won his game.
There's a chance to go back to the hotel room for Niels. He looks very happy. He won his game.
And he's not
just
missing the dinner.
Time for dinner, and bedtime at 9 p.m. Niels Grandelius rolling. opponent doesn't even seem that upset. I've never been that happy in my life after losing a chess game. Like smiling, looking at variations, this night trap I had there. How can you not be deeply self-loathing after losing a chess game? Maybe there is another way.
Maybe.
It's too late for me.
Maybe you had
this is
the wrong approach all the way.
This is shocking footage.
No, but okay. I mean, this particular one, yeah.
I have to check the result. Maybe the draw. No, he did lose.
He did lose.
That's just amazing.
No, but seriously, okay. I know we're making fun of it and so on. Recently, from the younger people, so somebody quite strongly, in fact. Like I remember the interview, and the guy goes, "Yeah, I played a good game. My opponent was stronger." And he wasn't smiling or anything, but he didn't feel upset after a long.
I've never felt like that.
I've never felt like. I always felt like my opponent won, and it's unfair because I was an idiot. Yeah. I should have won this game instead. Yeah, that's always been this.
No, but I think especially for the top players, this is a valuable skill. Maybe not so much not to be upset, but to recover from it quickly, and especially with all the rapid and blitz they're playing now. You are going to lose a lot of games if you play against the other top players. So to say, okay, he played well, next game, easier said than done, but it is a very valuable skill. Also good to win games, though. So Niels' happiness, I do understand. We'll see if we can get a hold of him, even though he has a tight schedule. So if people want to interview him, better do it now.
Dinner time and then the bedtime after that.
Bedtime are looming.
So speaking of upsets, or minor upsets rather, so a draw by Daniel Barish against Raunak Sadwani is our biggest kind of semi-upset.
Yeah, big rating difference there, but it looked like it was Raunak who was fighting for the draw.
Yeah, and we have a few more draws here and there on the top board. Well,
another game I'm confused by. And also it feels like this game is still in the middle game phase, is the game by Matti Rosian, which has been going on in this type of position for a while. Now computer says white is even better. Haik hasn't found a way to break through. I don't think he's going to lose, but he's certainly not dominating so far.
Yeah, and it's a weird scenario where they've reached move 40 and then they've spent nearly all the time on the next couple of moves, and from the time trouble into the time trouble they go.
They both have 2 minutes.
Yeah, both have 2 minutes for this middle game position.
I'm wondering if Rook G2 is sort of a quiet draw for him.
Yeah. You can give a check, which he does, and then...
Okay, we'll get back to this, but for now, let's hear from Charlize and Nils Grandelius, the Swedish chess star.
I'm here at Nils Grandelius, who's had a long game but came out as the winner. First of all, congrats, Nils. But I want to speak a bit about this opening. Your opponent played your exact line recommended in your Chessable course. Were you surprised?
I was a little bit surprised, but to be honest, actually, he came up to me a few days ago here and said hello and said that he was a big fan of my courses. So it wasn't completely unexpected, but it was a little bit funny.
Yeah. Did you deviate at all from the recommended lines there? Tell us about the game.
No, actually my opponent deviated. Probably he didn't remember correctly all the details, so I didn't have to show anything.
He needs a coaching session from you after this.
Yeah, maybe.
And Nils, in the commentary room, I heard that you're a very particular person in terms of regimen, you know, getting up at the same time, having your meals at the same time. Is this true?
I think it's a bit exaggerated, but yeah, in general, I try to keep an early schedule. I mean, most chess players, they wake up very late and go to the game, which makes sense. But for me, my natural rhythm is to wake up very early, so I just keep doing it.
Okay, so you wake up early. Walk us through your day of your regimen, your daily regimen here.
Well, I have breakfast maybe 8:30, something like that. And then I prepare for an hour or 1.5. I go to the gym usually before lunch. Then I have lunch, relax, and go to the game. So in general, I try to avoid prepare too much. That's my main goal, to like maximum 2 hours before the game. Otherwise, I get too tired.
That seems like a very healthy approach, and also managing stress. Do you feel like you're one of the less stressed players because of this order that you've got in your life?
I mean, that's one way to look at it, and another way is that I'm more stressed than others. That's why I need to to do more stuff to prevent it. But no, I think it's very important to think about these matters, because generally, I mean, to feel well is much more important than to be well prepared for such a tournament.
And final question, Niels. So you're this Chessable author, you've got so many courses, and now you're an active player as well. What do you prefer out of these two roles in chess?
Playing, definitely. Although I have to say I wouldn't like to only play chess, like to travel non-stop and prepare for tournaments, play and never get any rest. So I quite like the mix, but if I have to pick one, it will be playing for sure.
Well, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you later again, but congrats on the game and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
I'm absolutely shocked, I have to say. First of all, how does Niels know I was exaggerating? Is he watching the broadcast? I was, but how does he know? But secondly, if you're his opponent and you meet him here, you come up to the guy, you're playing in the first round, you're telling him, I'm a big fan of your courses, and then you play what's in his course against him? Like, how can you do that?
Well, so it wasn't... It turns out it wasn't the weird line, the weird modern line. It was a weird modern line recommended in Grandelli's course, which changes the evaluation of this.
No, but that's even fine. But then to tell Grandelius, I'm a big fan of your courses, and then
it's a bit too much information. Yeah, true that.
I wouldn't even say hello. Anyway. Yeah. I think now that Niels can go to dinner, we deserve dinner too. We should have a look at the results. We didn't get the upset we wanted, but I'm not sure. Maybe we have a graphic for our top boards and the outcomes. See a lot of 1-0s and 0-1s. So obviously with the big playing strength differences on the top boards, there were no surprises there.
Not a single draw was given by the favorites on top 8 boards.
No.
Right, and then I think the first not a favorite win happens on board 12.
Yeah, Daniel Barish going strong. We've talked about Fredrik Svane's default win. There were 2 other default wins as well. Edis Gurel beat his 49-year-old years older opponent. Igor Yefimov, Jacques Herbilia was doing well against Chigaev, but lost in the end. So, you know, giant upsets, but still some good fights.
Yeah, some good fights, some entertaining games, some beautiful finishes, as in Cheparinov's game. Right. So, it was a good day 1, and there are quite a few more for you.
There's gonna be a few more days, but this was fun. First time. We did commentary, and yeah, I had a good time. I'm not sure if the viewers did as well, probably not. But as long as we're having fun, that's the most important thing, my mom always said. So before we end the show, we would like to thank the organizers and all the partners of the FIDE World Cup in Goa here, the All India Chess Federation, the Sports Authority of India, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports of India, the Government of Goa, and the Sports Authority of Goa. Tomorrow, day number 2, it looks to me like the favorites will go through, but on the lower boards, in the games that were drawn, we will find quite some drama and some action. So keep an eye on that. And then tomorrow, there will also be, I think, the arrival at least of some of the top players that will join later. So we'll see them swarming the boards.
Right, so something that I'm really looking forward tomorrow, if any of the underdogs level the score, so they've lost today and then they somehow win tomorrow. And it's unlikely to happen, let's say, the top 10 boards, because the difference is huge, but somewhere, say, board 15, board 20, there could be some interesting fights.
No, of course, it's a lot of chess to be played, but it's so hard to come back from a 1-0 deficit. I think only you and I have done it, win the first game and then still not win the match.
So that's our opponents managed to do it, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, more about our many problems and about this chair. Tomorrow we'll be back at 3 p.m. We'll switch to, I think, the wrap-up video of the day. See you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. with round number 2. Till then.
Yeah, thank you very much. And
Indian
see you
time,
tomorrow.
I should say. I don't know where it's in your time.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events. A knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower-seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place. And that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player one step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, one match at a time.